Chapter 338. Gucci said, "You don't have to worry about anything. There are so many secret doors. You don't have to worry about it." Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. "Yes, I don't have to worry about it." Wu Yang smiled. "You have a secret door to protect you, so you won't be in much danger. If you want to protect yourself, it's better to have your own secret door." Monarchs had secret doors, so they could escape quickly. As long as they weren't killed on the spot, monarchs weren't easy to deal with. Lei Xingfeng stood up and said, "I'll go find my sister now." Back home, Lei Xingfeng immediately gathered everyone and assigned tasks. Except for Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love, all the guards and servants were sent out. Those who were related to him were brought into the secret hidden space. Anyway, the secret hidden space was big enough for them to live in. After the arrangements were made, Lei Xingfeng said, "Uncle Jean, Uncle Ing, and Uncle Tiger, come with me. The rest of you, act immediately. We need to hurry." Out of the secret hidden space, Lei Xingfeng and the other three flew into the air and flew towards the secret door where Lei Xingyao was. Jean Dia asked, "What happened? Why did you send everyone into the secret hidden space?" Lei Xingfeng sighed. "I heard that there was an invasion. I don't know the specifics. Uncle Jean, have there been any invasions before?" Jean Dia said, "No, I've never heard of any invasions." Mad Eagle said, "I heard a little about it, but it was a long time ago. I thought it was nonsense. I didn't expect it to be true." Lei Xingfeng said, "What did they say? What kind of invasions?" He didn't have a clue, so when he heard Mad Eagle say it, he wanted to know more. Mad Eagle shook his head and said, "I've only heard a little about it. There's no specific explanation. Well, the only thing I know is that it seemed to be very tragic at the time. It seems like both sides suffered heavy losses. I don't know the specifics." Lei Xingfeng sighed and said, "Alas, it's a mess. I don't know either. But seeing that the Grand Master and Master are taking it seriously, I guess it's quite serious." As they spoke, the four of them had already arrived at the small town where Lei Xianyao's secret door was. Leaving Jean Dia and the other two in the small town, Lei Xingfeng used his family's identity card and successfully entered Xianyao's secret hidden space. The secret hidden space of Xianyao's secret door was completely different from Lei Xingfeng's secret door. As soon as Lei Xingfeng entered, he immediately smelled a strong floral fragrance. There were plants and flowers everywhere, all kinds of strange trees, and large amounts of precious plants. The woman who accompanied Lei Xingfeng in was a sixth ring true master. She was very curious because in their secret door, there were very few people who could obtain a family's identity card, especially males. If they weren't immediate family members, it was impossible to obtain one. They flew all the way and soon arrived at a large residential area. Of course, flying was not allowed in the residential area. Lei Xingfeng landed and followed the sixth ring true master all the way in. Along the way, they often saw groups of women, old and young. When they saw Lei Xingfeng, they all showed a hint of surprise, especially the young ones. When they saw Lei Xingfeng, they all showed a shy expression. It wasn't that they had any thoughts about Lei Xingfeng, but that there were very few men here. When they suddenly saw a young and strong man, they didn't know what to do. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to tease these women. This secret door was famous for not being easy to mess with. Not only were they led by women, but they were also very strong. However, there were very few secret doors that had Dao Monarch. He could only look straight ahead. As he walked forward, the true master leading the way had a good impression of this man. Lei Xingfeng's house wasn't small. It was much bigger than Lei Xingfeng's house. Lei Xingfeng's house only had 2 large courtyards and 7 or 8 small 2-story buildings. Lei Xingyao's house was completely different. She had more than 20 houses, 4 large courtyards, 2 cultivation fields, and a fully enclosed cultivation garden. She also had many subordinates. Just the people living in the courtyard of her house numbered more than 400, which was 4 times more than Lei Xingfeng's subordinates. Lei Xingyao and Thunderstorm were already at the door. When Lei Xingfeng appeared, Lei Xingyao cheered and jumped into his arms. She said excitedly, "Brother, you're finally here. Hee, this is great." Lei Xingfeng lightly patted Lei Xingyao's back. It had been like this since they were young. Lei Xingyao liked to hug her brother. She was already used to it. Being hugged by her brother calmed her heart. Lei Xingfeng held Lei Xingyao's hand and walked to Thunderstorm. He smiled and said, "Ah Yi, luckily you didn't go out. Otherwise, I would have come for nothing." Thunderstorm smiled and said, "I've already gone out. I just came back." Lei Xingyao said, "Brother, let's go in and talk." Yan Shaoqing looked at Lei Xingyao lovingly. She had been following Lei Xingyao since she entered the secret door. Of course, she knew that these were the happiest days of Lei Xingyao's life. She smiled every day and was no longer as cold as before. She was very lively. Lei Xingyao also had housekeepers and retainers. She also had guards and attendants. In the family, her words carried a lot of weight. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked into the house. Lei Xingfeng said, "Little sister, your house is much grander than your brother's." Lei Xingyao giggled and said, "Of course. I like big houses." In the courtyard, there were countless strange ancient trees and all kinds of plants. A stone path meandered forward, and very quickly, a clear water surface could be seen. This water surface was not big, covering an area of about 100 mu. There was a stone bridge across the water surface, and a very large stone platform was connected to the 10-zhang-long stone bridge. Behind the platform was a beautiful 2-story building made of wood, and it had an antique feel to it. This was the small building that Xin Yao lived in. On the platform, there were already attendants setting up a carpet and a short table. Lei Xingyao smiled and said, "Let's sit here and chat. Brother, I don't have a good cook like Brother Fatty here. It's a pity that Brother Fatty is a man. If it was a woman, I would have brought her back." The brown carpet was made of an unknown animal's fur. It was soft and slender. Stepping on it with bare feet felt very comfortable. On the carpet there were 4 short tables. Thunderstorm, Lei Xingfeng, and Yan Shaoqing each had a short table. On top of it was a plate of fruit and fishman wine. The fishman wine was given to his little sister by Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingyao waved her hand and asked the others to leave. She did not want others to disturb her family's conversation. Of course, Yan Shaoqing still sat beside her. She did not treat him as an outsider. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Which world did you go to this time?" Thunderstorm said, "It's called Green Island." Although it's called an island, the land area is incomparably huge. It's surrounded by the sea. I don't know how big it is. However, just that island alone is bigger than the barbarian gathering continent that we used to live in. Lei Xingyao said, "That's our secret sex-exclusive world. There are a few plantations and cultivation fields there. We went there this time to pick some materials." Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "Ah Yi can go there?" Lei Xingyao smiled and said, "Because Ah Yi is a 9th ring sage and not a monarch. That's why he can go. If he were a monarch, he wouldn't be able to go." Lei Xingfeng now understood. This was a territory exclusive to the outside world. If a monarch went there, the coordinates of this place would be exposed. As long as it was recorded on the Dingqianyu, he could enter and leave as he pleased. 9th ring sages did not have this ability, so they were allowed to enter. Lei Xingyao said, "Ah Yi really likes Green Island. He said he wants to go there again in the future." Thunderstorm said, "There's thunderstorm there. It's a pity we didn't encounter it in the few days we were there." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it wasn't for Lei Xingyao's grandfather, they probably wouldn't have been able to enter. Thunderstorm could go, but Lei Xingfeng definitely couldn't, because he was a member of another secret sect. Lei Xingyao said, "I don't know why, but recently I've been very nervous. The senior sisters all went to make medicine. I'm the only one who has nothing to do." Lei Xingfeng's heart froze, but he immediately understood. Lei Xingyao's sect probably already knew about the invasion of the outside world. Little sister, this time I came here to exchange for some medicine. And a lot of it, Lei Xingyao said. Is it a change of sect? It's not for yourself, right? Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, That's right, it's a change of sect. It has nothing to do with me. This point had to be made clear. Lei Xingyao didn't need to ask for benefits in a trade between sections. Lei Xingyao's role was to act as a middleman, there was no need to do anything. Lei Xingyao nodded and said, No problem, I'll find someone to trade with, brother. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, And okay. Yi, don't go out for a while. Little sister will also stay in the secret hidden space. If you're bored, then go to the outside world. It's not safe out there recently. Yan Shaoqing said, Are you guys also going to close your doors? Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Yes, except for special circumstances, we can only enter and not leave. After I go back, I won't be able to leave for a while. Yan Shaoqing said, I don't know what kind of race is invading this time, but I'm afraid it's our own kind. If it's a beast, then there's no need to worry. Lei Xingfeng agreed that the same kind was always the scariest. Yan Shaoqing said, You're storing medicine for your sect, right? Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Yes, this can be considered a sect mission. Yan Shaoqing said, Luckily we have the sect's protection. Those who live outside would be miserable. No sects would open up their secret hidden space to let the people of this world hide in. This was impossible. Even if they could move some people into their exclusive territory, it would only be a small portion. Although this world didn't have much land, it still had a population of more than 1 billion. It was just that the territory was too big, and a population of more than 1 billion would be like sprinkling pepper, disappearing without a trace. Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, Let's not talk about this. Right, Yi, are you staying here or going back with me? She grabbed Lei Xingfeng's arm and said coquettishly, Brother, let Yi stay. Yi is living very well here. Lei Bao was actually more willing to go to Xianfeng's place. This place was too inconvenient, they were all women. Luckily, Lei Bao's outer appearance was that of an old man, it was still acceptable for him to live here. If he was young, he would have escaped long ago, having too many women was troublesome. Chapter 339. Lei Xingfeng's heart softened when Xian Yao shook his arm. Little sis, I only let Yi choose, I didn't ask the old man to come to my place. Thunderstorm said, Little sis, Yi is here. It's not convenient, they're all young ladies, hee, although they look good, it's really inconvenient. Most of the servants in Xian Yao's house were young ladies. The old man was very uncomfortable. Xian Yao's eyes turned red, scaring Lei Xingfeng to say, Okay, let Yi accompany you, hee, don't cry. Thunderstorm could only smile bitterly. Xian Yao understood that the old man was uncomfortable. She thought for a while and said, Okay, big brother, you can stay for a few more days, then go back with Yi. Xian Yao had always been obedient. It was no wonder Lei Xingfeng spoiled her so much. Since she was young, she didn't cause trouble and tried not to cause trouble for her family, so whether it was Thunderstorm or Lei Xingfeng, they both spoiled her to the bone. As long as his little sister didn't cry, Lei Xingfeng would agree to anything, he said. Little sis, big brother brought you a present. Xian Yao immediately became happy, she said. What is it? Quickly let me see. Seeing Xian Yao smile, Lei Xingfeng finally relaxed. Lei Xingfeng waved his hand and a silver-level puppet beast appeared. This was something he had thought of long ago, to give his little sister a silver-level puppet beast for defense and a gold-level puppet beast for offense, one for offense and one for defense. It was enough for Xian Yao, not to mention she had a monarch-level bodyguard. Xian Yao was stunned, she said, What is this? A statue? It's so strange, it has a beast head but a human body and limbs. Is this a decoration? Thunderstorm also looked at it curiously. He didn't know what it was, but he felt that it was very mighty and had a trace of savagery. Yan Shaoqing's face changed slightly. She already recognized what it was, she said in shock. Puppet beast? What level was the humanoid beast? This thing is hard to come by. Yao Yao, this should have been obtained from a forbidden area in outer space. Unfortunately, it can't be activated. Otherwise, it would be an extremely terrifying weapon. Before he could finish his sentence, the puppet beast took a step forward and stood behind Lei Xingfeng. Yan Shaoqing was immediately frightened. Her first reaction was to dash to Xian Yao's side and exclaim, "Alive!" Just this intuitive reaction made Lei Xingfeng have a good impression of Yan Shaoqing. At the moment of danger, he instantly stood in front of Lei Xingfeng. This kind of reaction was definitely treating Lei Xingfeng as a treasure. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is already under my control. It's a silver-grade puppet beast that can fight against a monarch." Yan Shaoqing said, "I know. It can tie with me or even defeat me. Good stuff. Is this a gift for Yao Yao?" Lei Xingfeng nodded, then shook his head and said, "Only a part of it. There are other gifts." Lei Xingyao said happily, "What other gifts?" Lei Xingfeng waved his hand again. This time, it was a gold-grade puppet beast. Lei Xingyao was instantly stunned. She said, "Ah, too? This is a bit different." Yan Shaoqing was really frightened. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a puppet beast before, but to be able to take out a complete gold-grade puppet beast was too frightening. She said, gold-grade puppet beast?" She didn't dare to be sure. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "That's right. I'm planning to give them to little sister. One silver grade and one gold grade. The silver grade can be used to protect her, and the gold grade can be used to attack. A gold-grade puppet beast can even block the attack of a monarch realm expert." Yan Shaoqing was about to go crazy. A gold-grade puppet beast was a powerful existence that could block a monarch realm expert. Since when could it be used? She said, How is this possible?" Lei Xingfeng said, "With these two puppets I can rest assured. It's enough to protect little sister, Thunderstorm nodded with gratification. The relationship between the brother and sister was very good. He knew that Lei Xingfeng was worried about his little sister, so he found such a powerful defensive weapon and gave it to Lei Xingyao immediately. He said, "Good stuff, Yao Yao, keep it well. If you're in danger, this thing can save your life." Lei Xingfeng said, "Ah Yi has one too." Lei Xingfeng took out another two gold-grade puppets and said, "Ah Yi, these two gold-grade puppets are for you. Little sister, Ah Yi is often outside, so these two gold-grade puppets are for Ah Ye's protection." Of course, Lei Xingyao knew that Thunderstorm was in more danger than her. She agreed, "Okay, I'll keep a silver gold-grade puppet and give this gold-grade puppet to Ah Yi too." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "There's no need for that. 2 gold-grade puppets are enough." Yan Shaoqing was so shocked that she couldn't speak. This was too exaggerated. There were a total of 3 gold-grade puppets. She knew that if those experts went to the outer realm and encountered 3 gold-grade puppets at the same time, even a monarch realm expert would have to escape. She didn't know that Lei Xingfeng had a crystal gold-grade puppet. That was the real killing weapon. It was a pity that Lei Xingfeng couldn't activate it. Lei Xingfeng taught Ah Yi and his little sister how to control the puppet. He was already very familiar with this set of procedures. It had to be said that controlling the puppets was very simple. Once mastered, one could easily command them. If one didn't know the secret behind it, there was no way to do it. Lei Xingfeng didn't know how Tu Yesher got this star python record. He guessed that Tu Yesher gave him a copy of the star python record. Perhaps the puppets would become popular in the future if he spread the method of controlling them. Lei Xingyao was very smart. In a moment, she had already completely controlled the puppet. She commanded it to advance and retreat. At this time, she was like a child, happily laughing. This was too fun. This was a puppet that completely listened to her orders. Thunderstorm was also very serious about learning. He was always very serious about increasing his strength. One old and one young played until it was time to eat. Putting away the puppet, Yan Shaoqing ordered his subordinates to bring in all kinds of delicious food. Lei Xingfeng said while eating, "Little sister, I can't stay here for too long. The outside world is getting more and more chaotic. I heard that there might be an invasion. I think your sect will be sealed." Yan Shaoqing said, "Yes, it's been a bit tense recently. The sect is also shrinking its strength. I think it's because of the invasion." Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't know what kind of invasion it is. I don't know why, but I feel uneasy." Yan Shaoqing said, "There's nothing to be uneasy about. They might not be stronger than us. We might be able to fight back. It just depends on their strength." Thunderstorm said, "Just protect yourself. What's there to be afraid of?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Little sister, in the next few years, you should go to the outside world more. Now that you have the puppet and Granny Yan's protection, you can go to the outside world more often. You can broaden your horizons." He wasn't worried about Lei Xingyao's safety at all. With Yan Shaoqing and the puppet, even a monarch wouldn't be able to defeat them. 3 days later, Lei Xingfeng exchanged a large amount of low-grade healing medicine and other kinds of medicine, including a small amount of high-grade medicine. Only then did he bid farewell to Elder Thunderstorm and went to the small town to meet up with Jean Dia and the others. Although Lei Xingyao didn't want Ah Yi and her brother to leave, she was very sensible and didn't cry. She silently watched the two leave. After Lei Xingfeng bid farewell, he brought Jean Dia, Lei Xingfeng, and Elder Thunderstorm back to the sect. The journey was safe, and they quickly returned home. As soon as they reached home, Wu Yang sent someone to invite Lei Xingfeng over. Lei Xingfeng came to the guest hall of Wu Yang's house. When he saw Wu Yang and Guqi, he smiled. "Ancestor, master, the medicine has been exchanged." After passing the medicine to AI-8, Lei Xingfeng sat down and said, "Ancestor, little sister said that after this exchange, they will temporarily stop trading because they are going to seal the door." Wu Yang said, "We are also going to seal the door. For now, we can only enter and not exit. Once we seal the door, the hidden Luan space and this world will be separated." Lei Xingfeng said, "Why aren't we resisting?" Wu Yang smiled. "Who said we aren't resisting? Once the door is sealed, your master and I will go out to fight." Lei Xingfeng was shocked. Who will guard the house?" Guqi said, "Your little senior master Fengqin is at home. If you want to go to the outside world, you can go through his secret door." There had to be a true monarch at home. Otherwise, once the door was sealed, everyone in the secret door wouldn't be able to go anywhere, not even to the outside world. Lei Xingfeng said, "Unfortunately, I can't go with you." Wu Yang and Guqi laughed. Wu Yang said, "This isn't going to the outside world or the outer region. Who knows what is invading this time? If you aren't strong enough, it's best if you don't go. Otherwise, it will be hard to escape." Lei Xingfeng curled his lips and said, "I have a gold-level puppet beast protecting me. You want to hurt me? That would be difficult." Wu Yang said, "Even so, you are not allowed to go." Lei Xingfeng didn't know what to do. Don't look at the smile on his face. Once he made up his mind, it was hard to change his mind. He said listlessly, Okay. If you don't want to go, then don't go." Guqi said, "Feng, relax at home. Whether you rest or cultivate, just treat it as a holiday." Lei Xingfeng thought about it and agreed. He had been running around outside and hadn't felt at ease at home in a long time. This time, Ah Yi was at home too. He said, "Okay, I will rest at home." He got up and said, "If there is nothing else, I will go back first." Wu Yang said, Go back. Electric arcs jumped around his body. Lei Xingfeng sat in a special cultivation room, wholeheartedly cultivating his Yinli. The black bird hid in the corner of the room, quietly watching Lei Xingfeng. Because Lei Xingfeng was cultivating, it didn't get beaten up today. It could only watch Lei Xingfeng soberly. This was a rare break. A gold-level puppet beast stood guard inside the door. Every once in a while, Lei Xingfeng would take out the Saturn beast's meat and quickly roast it with electric arcs. Then, he would eat a few pieces. At this time, the blackbird would happily share a bit of the Saturn beast's meat. This was its happiest moment. Lei Xingfeng hadn't been so focused on cultivation for a long time. The enormous Lei Yin force flowed through his body. Through Lei Yin's drive, it tempered his body bit by bit, and also tempered Lei Yin force. Chapter 340. Lei Xingfeng was naked as he sat cross-legged. This wasn't because Lei Xingfeng was an exhibitionist, but because no matter what clothes he wore, they would be burned to ashes by the flashing electric arcs. As his cultivation deepened, countless tiny electric arcs formed a silver barrier around his body, producing crackling sounds. Even though the speed of cultivation in the secret chamber was not as fast as in the thunderstorm, it was still much better than the outside world. As time passed, his cultivation gradually grew stronger. Lei Xingfeng was cultivating, so was Elder Thunderstorm. Jean Dia and the others were cultivating as well. Everyone in Lei Xingfeng's home was cultivating. After the secret space was sealed, it was cut off from the outside world. If one wanted to get information, they would have to go to the outside world and ask other cultivators. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't plan to go to the outside world. His main mission now was to reach peak 9th ring as soon as possible. After cultivating for 10 days, Lei Xingfeng decided to refine Lei Yin and the Chaos Wheel again. He had collected a lot of materials that could increase the quality of Lei Yin and the Chaos Wheel. Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin was different from other 9th ring sages. He used an ancient method to refine Lei Yin, while others used Yinli. There was a fundamental difference. His Lei Yin had the ability to refine Lei Yin force and could also contain a large amount of Lei Yin force. However, Lei Xingfeng knew that his Lei Yin still needed to be developed. There were many methods and skills that he hadn't unearthed. When he refined Lei Yin, the materials weren't ideal, but he left open the possibility of further upgrading. As long as he had good materials, he could replace or strengthen Lei Yin. Just like the Chaos Wheel, both Lei Yin and the Chaos Wheel had room for upgrading. As long as he had good materials, he could upgrade them. Lei Xingfeng placed the materials on the ground and used powerful lightning to refine them. In an instant, the room was filled with smoke. The impurities in the materials were driven out by the lightning. The jumping lightning turned into countless tiny sparks that hit the materials. Lei Xingfeng refined them. After a large number of materials were refined, only small pieces of high-quality materials were left. This kind of refining continued for a long time. After about 30 days, Lei Xingfeng finally obtained a complete set of materials to upgrade Lei Yin. He sighed in his heart that it wasn't easy. Although the effect of using lightning to refine materials was excellent, it was really too tiring. After tidying up, Lei Xingfeng lay down and fell asleep. After sleeping for 2 days, he finally recovered. Cultivating wasn't too tiring, but refining materials was really too tiring, especially ores. They were completely refined by lightning, and they had to be done continuously. It was even more tiring than fighting, and it also consumed a large amount of Lei Yin's energy. After every refinement, Lei Xingfeng had to cultivate for a while before continuing. After so many days, even a person made of iron couldn't stand it. Lei Xingfeng opened his eyes and immediately saw 2 red eyes. He was so scared that he almost slapped it. He then heard, "What the hell? You starved me for 2 days, gah. You can't bully a bird like this." The black bird said aggrievedly. Lei Xingfeng sat up and said with a smile, "Hungry?" The black bird's little head nodded and said, 2 days, I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm starving to death, gah." Lei Xingfeng chuckled and said, "Then starve." The black bird screamed, "Ah? Gah. You can't abuse a bird like this. Uncle, bullying a bird is not a skill, gah." Lei Xingfeng suddenly laughed and said, "When did I bully you?" He sat cross-legged with a playful expression on his face. This bird had become a spirit. Every time he talked to the blackbird, He felt a little unreal. This bird's mouth was too damn talkative. The blackbird said, 3 times a day. That's fine, the bird can bear it, but what the bird can't bear is not giving meat to eat for 2 days. Gah, that will starve the bird to death. As he said this, he backed away guiltily. Lei Xingfeng said disapprovingly, 3 times a day you asked for it, okay? Besides, if you starve to death, it has nothing to do with me. The blackbird said, Uncle, master, you can't speak vulgarities, gah. Lei Xingfeng laughed out loud. After being tired for more than 10 days, he was finally amused by the blackbird's words and relaxed. He reached out to touch the blackbird's feathers and said with a smile, You speak more vulgarities than I do. The blackbird said, I'm starving to death, give me something to eat. Lei Xingfeng took out the golden eagle meat, cut it into shreds and placed it on a wooden plate. The blackbird said, Gah! Golden eagle meat. Uncle, can you give me some Saturn beast meat? That meat is suitable for birds. Lei Xingfeng said lightly, If you don't want to eat, then forget it. The blackbird had no choice but to say, Bird eat, Hey, you're bullying the bird again. It tore the golden eagle meat and muttered as it ate, but Lei Xingfeng couldn't understand what it was muttering. Lei Xingfeng said, What did you say? The blackbird was shocked and shook its head. No, the bird was busy eating. I didn't say anything. It dragged the wooden plate with its claws and moved a few steps to the side. When it continued to eat, it looked at Lei Xingfeng with its small eyes from time to time, looking guilty. Lei Xingfeng knew that there was nothing good to say, but he couldn't punish it. He smiled and slowly began to put on his clothes. The blackbird was even more guilty. After putting on his clothes, Lei Xingfeng put away the gold-level puppet beast, then opened the door of the cultivation room and walked out. The blackbird ate the golden eagle meat in a few mouthfuls, picked up the wooden plate and jumped out. Lei Xingfeng ignored the blackbird and went to the front yard. He heard a burst of laughter. He looked up and was surprised to find Xian Zhaoluan, Ting Yuan, and Miao Ling sitting under the wooden shed. Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love were also there. Only the old man Thunderstorm was nowhere to be seen. He went forward and said, Where did Yi go? Jean Dia laughed. Your Yi is still cultivating. He is much more hard-working than us. Lei Xingfeng knew that Thunderstorm had always been very hard-working. He said, What are you talking about that makes you so happy? Xian Zhaoluan laughed. Nothing, I was talking about all kinds of embarrassing things when I was exploring the outer world. Lei Xingfeng curiously asked, Who are you talking about? Xian Zhaoluan laughed. Senior apprentice brother Yu Ko. When he was not yet the senior apprentice brother, he often went out alone. Later on, for some reason, he took his junior apprentice brothers and sisters out a few times. In the end, he was so embarrassed that he pissed his pants. After that, he refused to take them out anymore. Lei Xingfeng asked, Where did senior apprentice brother Yu Ko go? Xian Zhaoluan said, He went to the outer world. This time he took a few guards with him. He shook his head. He had a lot of opinions about Yu Ko's actions. Lei Xingfeng laughed. It's just a habit. He immediately understood why so many people were laughing just now. It was probably because Yu Ko did not help his junior apprentice brothers and sisters, so they were making fun of him and venting their dissatisfaction. Xian Zhaoluan snorted, but did not continue talking about Yu Ko. Xian Feng laughed. Why did you come all the way here, aren't you going to train? Xian Zhaoluan said, We have plenty of time to cultivate. Junior apprentice brother Ting Yuan is coming today. Ting Yuan laughed. It's nothing much. Brother De Pang is here, and I just happened to get some ingredients, so I invited everyone to come over and try the dishes that we came up with. Miao Ling said, I've been waiting for half a day and it's still not done. My saliva is about to dry up. Ting Yuan laughed. Soon, it will be done. Don't worry, some dishes need to be cooked properly. Lei Xingfeng could not help but laugh. two foodies meeting, hee hee, we can also bask in their glory. The blackbird jumped onto the table and pushed the wooden plate in front of Lei Xingfeng, then jumped onto Lei Xingfeng's shoulder and rubbed against Lei Xingfeng's cheek. Only then did it quietly look at everyone. Everyone knew that the blackbird had a poisonous tongue, so no one dared to say anything. Lei Xingfeng said, "Do you want me to beat you up now or later?" The blackbird said, "It's rare that the weather is good, let me sober up for a while." Lei Xingfeng said, "Up to you. If you want to get beaten up, just say the word." Everyone listened to the conversation between the man and the bird and could not help but laugh. The blackbird snorted and said, "If you want to laugh, laugh. Be careful you don't piss yourself." Caw. It still had its poisonous tongue. Xian Zhaoluan said, "You bird, no one can offend you. If it wasn't for a Feng's protection, you would have become a roasted bird." Even if Xian Zhaoluan was Lei Xingfeng's second senior brother, the blackbird did not care. It was afraid of Wu Yang, Guqi, and other terrifying experts. It was not afraid of people who were on the same level as its master. It said, "Roast your bird. I'm a Feng's bird, you can't roast me." Lei Xingfeng's hair stood on end. These words were too unpleasant. He shouted, "Shut up!" Ting Yuan and Miao Ling covered their mouths and lowered their heads. Their shoulders shook violently. The two of them tried their best to suppress the laughter that was about to burst out. Jean Dia, Mad Eagle, and Tiger Love also turned their heads. They could not hide the smile on their faces. This blackbird either did not speak. Once it spoke, it could really choke people to death. Xian Zhaoluan savored the taste. He felt that the blackbird's words were awkward. It was just that he did not react for a while and looked at the blackbird in a daze. Hanyo cursed in his heart for being an idiot. He didn't dare to speak anymore. It didn't matter if he offended Xian Zhaoluan, but if he offended Xian Feng, it wouldn't be good. Xian Zhaoluan finally woke up and could not help but scold, "This bastard bird-beard, your mouth is too smelly." The blackbird peeked at Lei Xingfeng. Seeing that he did not say anything, it immediately became spirited again and said, "Same here. Our mouths are all smelly." Xian Zhaoluan was also confused. If he tried to reason with a bird, it would be unreasonable. He said, "You are smelly than me." The blackbird peeked at Lei Xingfeng again. Seeing that he still did not say anything, it suddenly became excited. In fact, the blackbird was just enjoying the bickering. It did not really want to scold people. It cawed twice and said, "Can you be a little bit better? You are a great expert. You have the nerve to compare yourself with a bird with a smelly mouth." The venom that this poisonous tongue spat out was really unbearable. The group of people could not help but burst into laughter. Lei Xingfeng said, "Senior brother, why are you bickering with it? It's not like you don't know that the blackbird has always had a cheap mouth." Chapter 341. Xian Zhaoluan opened his mouth, but closed it in the end. Lei Xingfeng was right, he was naturally at a disadvantage when fighting with a bird, so it was normal for him to be despised. The blackbird laughed proudly, but after being hit by Lei Xingfeng's thunderbolt, it couldn't stop trembling. After a while it said, Don't bully a bird like this." Lei Xingfeng also had a headache. The blackbird's mouth was unforgiving. Fortunately, his senior brothers and sisters didn't care much about it, and Lei Xingfeng was a good person. He had a good relationship with his senior brothers and sisters, so he didn't cause any trouble. After 3 lightning strikes, the blackbird couldn't speak. It only focused on absorbing the lightning. Even if it wanted to speak, it couldn't. It trembled like a quail in the cold wind. It struggled to open its mouth, but it couldn't make a sound. Xian Zhaoluan smiled helplessly. He was now sure that he would definitely lose if he bickered with the blackbird. When a bird could talk as skillfully as a human would be at a disadvantage, because the same sentence would not be funny when said by a bird, but it would be funny when said by a bird. Innately, a human couldn't win against a bird. In the midst of the awkwardness, Jean de Pang brought a group of subordinates, carrying all kinds of dishes. Jean Depang was amazing now. In the hidden sect, he was very popular. He had a big heart and a fat body. He was friendly to people and his cooking skills had won the hearts of everyone. When they saw him come out, everyone rushed to greet him. Even Miao Ling called him Big Brother Fatty. One must know that Miao Ling was a direct descendant. Ting Yuan directly called him brother, Xian Zhaoluan called him little brother. It was easy to imagine how popular Jean Depang was. Jean Depang smiled and said, "Today's ingredients were brought by Big Brother Ting Yuan. If you want to thank someone, thank him." Hee a Feng, there are a few good things this time, let's all have a taste. As he spoke, he ordered his subordinates to place the wooden plates on the table. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Fatty, what are the good things?" Jean Depang said, "Most of it is seafood. This is also my first time cooking. I rarely come across such ingredients before." Xian Feng raised his head to look, only to see large prawns, large sea crabs, large pieces of fish, all sorts of sea creatures, large conches, sea cucumbers, scallops, large sea turtles and so on. Xian Feng asked curiously, "Senior brother Ting Yuan, where did you get so many sea products?" Ting Yuan smiled and said, "I went to the outer world. I didn't find many materials, but I found countless ingredients. It's an oceanic world." After the dishes were laid out, Jean Depang sat down and said, "Most of them are steamed. The ingredients are very fresh, and many of them can be eaten raw. I've tried them before, and they're very delicious." In fact, seafood was not very suitable for people who ate meat. It was a completely different taste. Lei Xingfeng was very used to it. In his previous life, he liked to eat seafood. This time, he ate it with relish. The others were different. Xian Zhaoluan said, "It's not as good as I thought." Jean Depang and Ting Yuan were both standard foodies. As foodies, their mouths were more sensitive than others. Therefore, the two of them ate happily, thinking that it was very delicious. Xian Feng grabbed a foot-long prawn and ate it. This prawn, eating it raw isn't bad either. The people in this world all had steel-like stomach. They were much stronger than the people in his previous life. Eating raw food was not strange to them. For example, barbecued meat. Half-raw meat with blood was more popular than fully cooked meat. That was because half-raw meat was more plump and tender. Jean Depang smiled and said, "It's my first time cooking, so I'm still learning. I'll know how to cook it after a few tries." Lei Xingfeng said, "The most important thing about seafood is freshness. As long as it's fresh, it's delicious no matter how it's cooked. It's not bad even if it's raw." Xian Zhaoluan said, "I still think meat is delicious. This seafood, it's not chewy, hee. Miao Ling said, "I think it's not bad, it's quite delicious." Everyone chatted and laughed as they ate. A waiter came to report, "Chief AI 8 is here." Lei Xingfeng hurriedly stood up and said, "Invite him in." AI 8 hurriedly walked in. He saw Xian Zhaoluan and the others at a glance and said, "You're all here. Alright, the ancestor is back. He wants everyone to go over." Xian Zhaoluan said in surprise, "Ancestor is back? How was the battle?" Wu Yang and Gucci went out to fight after the door was closed. Lei Xingfeng and the other direct descendants were all uneasy and had been waiting for news. They didn't expect the ancestor to be back so soon. AI Pa Dao said, "I'm not sure either. Everyone go over quickly, I still have to inform the others." Then, he hurriedly left. Xian Zhaoluan said doubtfully, "Why is he in such a hurry?" "A Feng, Ting Yuan, Xiaomiao, let's go." Lei Xingfeng had a bad feeling, he said, "Let's go." He threw away the prawn in his hand and walked towards the door. Xian Zhaoluan, Lei Xingfeng, Ting Yuan, and Miao Ling quickly rushed towards Wu Yang's residence. The others could only wait in place. They didn't have the qualifications to enter Wu Yang's residence. In just a moment, the four of them rushed into Wu Yang's residence and quickly arrived at the guest hall. Lei Xingfeng saw Qi Meiyun and Yin Yao the moment he entered, then he saw Wu Yang and Gucci. Gucci was sitting cross-legged, and his wife, Tangya, had a worried expression. Lei Xingfeng came to Wu Yang's side and asked softly, "What happened to master?" Wu Yang said, "Your master was injured. Fortunately, he had medicine, so it wasn't a big deal." Master was injured? Lei Xingfeng was shocked. He felt that with his master's strength, how could he be injured? He asked, "Who? Who injured master?" Wu Yang sat there with a gloomy expression. After a while, he sighed and said, "It's very troublesome. This time, even the secret door won't be able to stop the invasion." Lei Xingfeng's heart skipped a beat. Everyone's expression didn't look good. Gucci was a true monarch, and a peak true monarch at that. He was just one step away from becoming a heaven monarch. If even he was injured, how strong was the enemy? Since Yu Ko had gone to the outside world, Xian Zhaoluan was considered the boss among the disciples. He asked, "Founder, is it a human or a beast that invaded?" Wu Yang smiled bitterly and said, "It's people who are exactly the same as us." Lei Xingfeng's heart sank. He knew that this was the worst-case scenario. Even if it was a star beast or mang beast invading, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if it was a human invasion, it would be terrifying. Are they very strong? Lei Xingfeng didn't believe it. One had to know that Gucci was very strong. How could he not defeat the enemy? Wu Yang shook his head and said, "Their individual strength is really not strong. At most, they are 5th or 6th ring sages. Most of them are mill wheel masters or 1st ring sages. I can kill a lot of them with a slap." Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. One had to know that Gucci was a true monarch, a 5th or 6th ring sage. Even if Gucci stood there and let them hit him, they couldn't hurt him. How could he be injured? Wu Yang sighed and said, "They have an extremely powerful weapon that we can't resist. It's too sharp." "Weapon?" Xian Zhaoluan asked, "What weapon? Can it hurt a true monarch?" Wu Yang said, "Not only can it hurt a true monarch, but it can also hurt me. If it wasn't for my fast reaction, I would probably be the same as your master." Lei Xingfeng was shocked. Who were these people? How could they be so powerful? He asked, "What's the difference between them and us? I mean, what's the difference between them and us?" Wu Yang said, "It's exactly the same. Even the language is the same. Although it sounds a little strange, we can be sure that those people are from the same lineage as us. However, we don't know why they have such powerful weapons." Xian Zhaoluan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm confused." Wu Yang said, "It's exactly the same. Even the language is the same. Although it sounds a little strange, we can be sure that those people are from the same lineage as us. However, we don't know why they have such powerful weapons." Xian Zhaoluan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm confused." Lei Xingfeng pondered for a moment and said, "In other words, if the other party doesn't have weapons, their strength is not enough at all?" Wu Yang nodded and said, "Yes, they are weaker than our true monarchs. Only a few of them are comparable to high-level true monarchs. However, their weapons are too powerful. Small weapons can threaten true monarchs, while large weapons can directly threaten true monarchs and lords of heaven. Of course, this is also because we were careless at the beginning. As long as we try to avoid those powerful weapons and make them lose their targets, they will have no chance." Lei Xingfeng said, "What's their goal?" Wu Yang said, "To rob people." Lei Xingfeng was stunned and said, "What?" Wu Yang said, "To rob people of our world." Xian Feng was stunned. He spoke, "What the fuck, isn't this asking us to cut off our roots?" Wu Yang said, "Yes, but we can't do anything. Some of the secret sects have already sent people to sneak in, but it will take time to get the information." Lei Xingfeng said, "Sneak in? He was caught, right?" Wu Yang smiled and said, "Yes, he was caught by them. He was a true monarch, so it should be no problem for him to escape." This was a big move. They actually sent a true monarch from a secret sect. However, it was easy for a true monarch to escape because they had secret sects and could escape at any time. If they sent a true monarch, it would not be easy to escape. Gucci opened his eyes and said, I really didn't expect that I couldn't block that thing's attack. Haha, I was careless. Tanya said unhappily, you're the only one who showed off. Everyone else dodged, but you just had to block it. If Master didn't have the green field enchantress, you would be in danger. Gucci patted Tanya's hand gently. He knew that his wife was worried about him, so he smiled and said, Okay, I'll be careful in the future. Wu Yang said, We're scattered here, but the other side is different. They're organized and disciplined and came in group. It's strange that they don't have a true monarch, not even a ninth ring true monarch. It's obvious that they're all low-level cultivators, but the sharpness of their weapons is unimaginable. Gucci said, They should be of the same origin as us. Their development is completely different from ours. It seems that they're more focused on the discovery of weapons, but their cultivation is very ordinary. Lei Xingfeng said, How many people did they send? Wu Yang said, About 50 true monarchs and 6 true monarchs. The Tao Lord didn't go. Chapter 342. Lei Xingfeng and the others were horrified. More than 50 perfected cultivators. They were not even heavenly monarchs. They were all powerful people, but they could not stop them? Gucci said, At first we killed tens of thousands of them. Later on, things changed. They had large weapons and a large secret door to control them. They scattered us in an instant. Their large weapons could threaten perfected cultivators and heavenly monarchs, so we could not continue to approach them. Wu Yang said, After a simple fight, I realized that the biggest difference between them and us was that we were not as well organized as them. We were more inclined to fight freely, but the other party was very organized. After the initial panic, they quickly organized a powerful collective attack. When their large weapons arrived, we were completely defeated. Lei Xingfeng asked, How many people did we lose? Gucci said, None died. Many were injured, but as long as they had good medicine, their lives would not be in danger. Lei Xingfeng could imagine the heavy casualties of the other party. Having more than 50 perfected cultivators go all out was a terrifying thing. Therefore, it was normal to lose tens of thousands of people at the beginning. If they were not organized well, it was hard to say who would win. Xian Zhaoluan said, Then, does it mean that we lost? Wu Yang shook his head and said, It is not a defeat. The other party lost more than us. Tens of thousands of people were killed. However, compared to their team, these people were not many. They entered here with at least 1 million people, or even a few million people. Not to mention disciples like Xian Zhaoluan and Qi Meiyun, even Lei Xingfeng was dumbfounded. A few million people? What kind of concept was that? Tens of thousands of people were enough to cover the mountains and plains. 100,000 people were boundless. If there were more than 1 million people, it would simply cover the sky and cover the earth. It was just a number, but in reality it was a completely different concept. Wu Yang said, The place they came from is something we have never seen before. It should be a big world, and they came through a huge secret door. Gucci added, Their secret door is different from ours. We rely on our own strength, but they seem to have another way to open it. Wu Yang said, It's a very big secret door. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people can enter at once. It's unbelievably big. We tried to attack it, but it was basically useless. If Tao Lord came, it might be different. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, Why aren't those Tao Lords coming out? Wu Yang said, The Tao Lord's attitude is a little indifferent. To them, they can live anywhere, and the places they go are places we can't go. Gucci said, The things that Tao Lords pursue have completely changed. I vaguely know that Tao Lords want to pursue higher realms, and are no longer suited to staying here. Only Tao Lords who have no other pursuits will continue to stay. Lei Xingfeng said, Like the Grandmaster's master. Wu Yang sighed and said, Yes, my master has been gone for a long time. What he pursues is not something we can imagine. Lei Xingfeng reminded, Grandmaster, you are someone who is about to ascend. Once you become a Dao Lord, will you also leave? Wu Yang said, Not at first. When I reach a certain level, I can be sure that I will definitely leave. This is not my decision, but my cultivation. However, it's not that easy to achieve one's goal. Ascending from Heavenly Lord to Dao Lord is also a very difficult hurdle. It won't be that easy to pass. Lei Xingfeng immediately understood. Dao Lords no longer cared about others. Their pursuits were completely different. As for ordinary people, and even cultivators, they no longer cared about them. Then again, even if there were people invading now, they would probably only be able to rob people. As for cultivators, they would probably rely on weapons to suppress them. If the other party was extremely strong, they might not necessarily fight head-on. Perhaps they would use other methods to achieve their goals, such as recruiting. This world was a loose and free place. There were no countries or religions. There were only sects and forces controlled by secret sections. This control was also quite loose. Such a social structure could not fight against people with countries and strict organizations. This was a principle that Lei Xingfeng understood in his previous life. No matter how strong an individual's martial strength was, they could not fight against a country, especially if the country had powerful weapons. Xian Zhaoluan said, What should we do? Go and fight? Wu Yang shook his head and said, We're just going to test it out. There will be a meeting in the secret sects to discuss this matter. You brothers should just stay at home and cultivate. There's no need to take risks and fight. What we're most afraid of is an invasion of mutated beasts or foreign races. As for the invaders this time, we don't have to worry about it. Lei Xingfeng almost immediately understood Wu Yang's words. He said, Yes, it's not that we're going to integrate with them, it's that they're going to integrate with us. It's not that big of a problem. Our secret sects are in a hidden state. Even if they want to find us and fight, it'll be very difficult. Wu Yang glanced at Lei Xingfeng with appreciation. This little disciple's mind was absolutely clear. He almost immediately grasped the essence of his words. A Feng, as a secret sect, we have our own strength. We can't be suppressed by just anyone. I believe that the battle with more than 50 of us at the beginning will be enough to deter them. At least, they won't dare to kill innocent people. Wu Yang said faintly. More than 50 people, barehanded, killed tens of thousands of people in one breath. Even if the other party had more people, they would be frightened and wouldn't dare to act rashly. They had to figure out who these people were and why they were so powerful. They shouldn't have dared to act rashly before. If they provoked crazy revenge, they believed that they wouldn't be able to take it. Wu Yang said, Moreover, we have monarchs among us. Soon, we'll get the coordinates of their world. Not only can they come, but we can also go there. Lei Xingfeng was shocked. Once the secret sect found the coordinates of the other party's world and entered, with the strength of the secret sect, even if they couldn't overthrow the other party's regime, it shouldn't be a problem for them to turn the world upside down. It was no wonder that the secret sect was so calm. They just sealed their doors and wouldn't appear for the time being. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to enter the secret space. Everyone was slightly relieved. Lei Xingfeng said, I really want to see what they look like. Gucci said, Their clothes are exquisite, and their weapons are the same. They look very rich. Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, I can't estimate before I see them. Wu Yang said, You want to go out? Lei Xingfeng said, Yes, I want to go out and take a look. Wu Yang said, Let's wait for a few days. We have a lot of spies outside. Gucci said, I called you all here to tell you to stay at home and cultivate. If you're bored, you can go to the outside world. Even if you don't look for materials, it's good to relax. The disciples all agreed. Since their master had spoken, they had to listen. Gucci added, If you want to go to the outside world, use Feng Qinzong's secret sect. Of course, you have to pay your own yin rings. This was Feng Qinzong's right and also his income. Of course, if he wanted to do it for free, Lei Xingfeng and the other disciples wouldn't refuse. However, the possibility of that happening was very small. After all, opening the secret sect required a certain amount of yin rings. Wu Yang said, "All right, everyone go back. Those who didn't come, don't come. Let's pass on the message." Lei Xingfeng and the others stood up, bowed, and left. When they returned home, Thunderstorm was already sitting in the wooden shed. When he saw Lei Xingfeng come back, he asked, "What's the situation?" He followed Lei Xingfeng and couldn't leave the secret sect either. Lei Xingfeng said, "It's very chaotic outside. The invaders are the same as us. The secret sect organized a group of experts and went to fight. We learned a bit about their weaknesses and strength." Thunderstorm asked, "Are they strong?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "They're not strong, but their weapons are strong. They're much stronger than us. Their large weapons can even threaten monarchs and heavenly monarchs. They're unbelievably strong." Thunderstorm now knew how strong monarchs were. He was shocked and said, "Heavens, even stronger than monarchs? This is unbelievable." Mad Eagle said, "Doesn't that mean we can't do it?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "If we don't encounter a large group, we're strong enough to protect ourselves. They're only 5th or 6th ring sages. Most of them are low-level sages. There's also a large number of extremely ordinary cultivators. There are even ordinary people who control weapons." Jean Dia said thoughtfully, "What's their purpose here?" Lei Xingfeng said, "To plunder people." Jean Dia said, "Probably more than that. This place is vast and sparsely populated. There's probably a mission to occupy a territory." Lei Xingfeng said, "Aren't we leaving?" "Well, it's very likely. This place is vast and is indeed a very good colony." Jean Dia didn't understand. What's a colony? Lei Xingfeng suddenly remembered that this was a term from his previous life. He said, "Nothing." He couldn't explain it, so he didn't. Jean Dia didn't bother and said, "Then what do we do?" Lei Xingfeng said, wait for news from outside." Thunderstorm said, "Then let's wait. Everyone, hurry up and cultivate. I think we'll be out very soon." As time passed, news slowly spread to the hidden door. Everyone began to understand the situation outside. The invaders had indeed begun to build cities in this world. It wasn't just one city, but a large number of cities. This world had a total of 4 continents: Barbarian Gathering Continent, Hui Continent, Wanxi Continent, and Ghana Continent. The most suitable place to develop was Ghana Continent. It had plains and forests. Since this world was dominated by cultivators and cultivators needed all kinds of materials, Ghana Continent had very few resources other than forests. Ghana Continent was flat. As long as they cut down forests, they could obtain large areas of flat land. To cultivators, land was useless. This world was rich in resources. No matter where one lived, there was never a shortage of food. However, there were very few daily necessities. Most of the people here were self-sufficient, and business wasn't very developed. Chapter 343. Lei Xingfeng and the others received news that the invaders had built a dozen or so cities in Gangna and one in Wanxi. In addition to the Barbarian Gathering Continent, the invaders had also built 2 cities in Hui. They had also taken in a large number of people to fill the cities. The cultivators of this world were also recruited by the invaders. They were given the best treatment according to their level. Because the Barbarian Gathering Continent was a mountainous area, not only was the terrain dangerous, but there were also many barbarians and all kinds of dangerous beasts. Thus, no one had taken over this place yet. It was the last piece of land in this world, and a large number of cultivators had escaped into it. On this day, Wu Yang, Guqi, Feng Qinzong, Yu Kou, Xian Zhaoluan, Qi Meiyun, Yin Yao, and Lei Xingfeng were all in Wu Yang's home, discussing the current situation. Wu Yang said, "We've already obtained the coordinates of their world. Many people have gone to investigate. Yu Ko asked, "Did you find anything?" Wu Yang said, "Many. That world only has one continent and is surrounded by the ocean. It's densely populated and has many countries. All of them are cultivators." Lei Xingfeng asked, "Are there a lot of cultivators?" Gucci laughed, "No, very few. As long as their cultivators can reach the level of our 1,000 Luan masters, they'll be considered decent experts. As long as they reach the level of a first ring sage, they'll be considered experts. No matter where they go, they'll be able to obtain a good income and a high social status." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but bitterly smile. He now understood that the people of the other world were probably looking for a way out after their population had reached its peak. According to the information they had after they invaded, they probably wouldn't leave. Instead, they would take over this world, assimilate it, and divide it. Because they were of the same race and had similar cultivation systems, the invaders didn't intend to massacre the natives. Instead, they tried to quickly assimilate them. According to Lei Xingfeng's understanding, this kind of assimilation would be very fast. As for cultivators, they also needed them. They would work hard to absorb the cultivators here and obtain their cultivation techniques and method. Fortunately, there was still the hidden sect, or else this world would quickly fall. The true experts of this world were all in the hidden sect. The average cultivator of this world was about the same level as the invaders. However, the invaders had a powerful martial system. Normal cultivators of this world wouldn't be able to contend with them. Xianfeng was very clear that this world would quickly be swallowed by the invaders by persuading the practitioners and forcefully suppressing the opposers. Of course, Lei Xingfeng didn't care. Even Wu Yang and Gucci didn't care. They were the hidden sect. No matter where they went, they had high-end martial power. Even if the other party had powerful weapons, they still had the ability to resist. In general, this kind of invasion was not a matter of life and death for the hidden sect. If they could integrate the natives, then the hidden sect would be able to remain high and mighty. The hidden sect's biggest concern was losing their source of disciples. However, based on the current situation, not only would they not lose their source of disciples, they could even increase the number of disciples. After all, the higher the population base, the higher the potential of disciples. Based on this point alone, there was no need for the hidden sect to risk their lives. Not only did they not have to risk their lives, but they also had to find ways to expand their influence and establish their own network and base. However, the hidden sect was full of cultivation fanatics. No one knew how to integrate into this society and how to benefit from it. Therefore, Wu Yang gathered everyone to discuss. Lei Xingfeng said, "Ancestor, has the hidden sect reached a consensus?" Wu Yang said, "There wasn't much disagreement, and we quickly reached an agreement. As for those invaders, we have already investigated. They are of the same race as us, and they are a branch that split off from the ancient times. They obtained the inheritance of weapons in the Forbidden Land, and then developed in that world. In the end, there was no progress in cultivation, and they even lost a lot of skills. However, in terms of weapons, they made great progress, and formed their current style. Their weapons are strong, and their cultivation is weak." Gucci laughed. "They don't even know how to open their hidden Luan space. Instead, they made hidden Luan bags." Wu Yang added, "It's not that they can't open it. They can only open their hidden Luan space when they become enlightened masters. However, they are different from us. Once they open their hidden Luan space, the space is very small. It can't be compared to ours at all. Their seals are also different from ours. We are condensed, but they are formed with some kind of material. They can match their weapons." Gucci smiled and added, "It's a bit similar to the ancient methods. Of course, there is still a big difference." Lei Xingfeng's seals were formed completely according to the ancient methods. His Lei Yin was made with many rare materials. This was similar to those invaders. Of course, the quality of the two was completely different. His Lei Yin was of a much higher grade. Wu Yang said, They have a total of 3 big countries and countless feudal lords. Also, their commerce is extremely developed. The countries are controlled by the Commerce Alliance. Although I am unfamiliar with this, it's not that big of a deal. They shouldn't dare to provoke us. Yuko said. If they provoke us, what should we do? Wu Yang said coolly. Whoever provokes you, you'll kill whoever. Do you still need to ask? Gucci said. Our hidden sect needs to show that we have the strength to match. Once we provoke you, there will be no weakness, no compromise. Whoever provokes us will be killed. If you can't kill them, come back and tell me. We will kill them. Wu Yang said. A Dao Lord went to their capital and directly destroyed a floating fortress. Even I couldn't block that thing. The floating fortress had a powerful weapon, but it was destroyed by a single slap from the Dao Lord. Lei Xingfeng and the others were dumbfounded. This was what it meant to be domineering. Wu Yang continued. In private, we have already reached an agreement. Our hidden sect members have a transcendent status. Of course, we will not interfere in their country's affairs. Lei Xingfeng suddenly laughed. Wu Yang said, Feng, what are you laughing at? Lei Xingfeng laughed. That's impossible. We will definitely interfere in their country's affairs. Wu Yang also laughed. He said, It's enough that you know it in your heart. There's no need to say it out loud. That's right. If we want to interfere, who can stop us? It depends on whether it's worth it or not. Lei Xingfeng thought to himself, as expected. The hidden sect's patriarch-level experts are not to be trifled with. It won't be easy for those people to take advantage of us. Wu Yang said, The private agreement includes that the hidden sects are not to interfere when they recruit disciples. In addition, they are not to massacre the local residents. Lei Xingfeng understood that there was another meaning in Wu Yang's words. He said, If we are not to massacre them, then small-scale massacres are allowed? Wu Yang said, No, we can only kill those who kill them. Lei Xingfeng secretly nodded. A life for a life. There should be no objection to this. The so-called, not to take the initiative to kill people, was actually nonsense. No matter what the invaders did, they were still invaders. The hidden sects could be high and mighty, but ordinary people could not. When forced by force, they were basically powerless to resist. On the contrary, it was a huge blow to the cultivators, especially those cultivators who were scattered among the ordinary people. They relied on force, so of course they would resist. This caused quite a lot of conflicts and conflict. Thus, many resistance forces were formed, and a large number of wandering cultivators joined in. As the number of invaders increased, the number of ordinary people who migrated over also increased rapidly. They gradually spread out and opened up many settlements. These settlements relied on the newly built cities to form living circles. Wu Yang said, In just a few short days, their cities have already been built. They have construction skills that we don't have. In this aspect, they are much stronger than us. Lei Xingfeng said, If they mainly focus on manufacturing, then it's normal for them to be stronger than us. In his previous life, Lei Xingfeng knew that large-scale industries and manufacturing were incomparable to handicrafts and workshop. He estimated that the invaders had large-scale manufacturing capabilities. Just this manufacturing capability alone was enough to destroy any manufacturing workshop in this world. There was no comparison. Yuko said, Founder, when can we leave? Wu Yang said, We are all waiting for the final agreement to be signed. It is a secret agreement signed by the hidden sect. Everyone will be able to obtain an identification card. This way we can enter their city. Xian Zhaoluan was puzzled. Identification card? Do we need that? Won't that expose us as disciples of the hidden sects? Wu Yang said, What's there to expose? With this identification card, if anyone dares to provoke you, they won't pursue the matter. Of course, if we kill indiscriminately after entering the city, then our identification card will be revoked, and we will be attacked. Lei Xingfeng said, Who would kill indiscriminately for no reason? Gucci said, That's not necessarily true. There are also some madmen in the hidden sects who will act recklessly. Lei Xingfeng said, Then do Dao Lords have identification cards as well? Wu Yang immediately laughed. He said, Dao Lords don't have to prove anything. Furthermore, Dao Lords usually won't appear. They have their own places to go. Lei Xingfeng was very curious. He didn't know what kind of identification cards these outsiders had. He said, Founder, does everyone have identification cards? What kind of things are they? Wu Yang said, I heard that their identification cards are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. We should be able to obtain a high-grade identification card. This was different from Lei Xingfeng's previous life. There were no grades for identification cards in Lei Xingfeng's previous life. As long as one was an adult, they would have their own identification card. There was no difference between high and low. Xian Zhaoluan said, Interesting. There is such a mess. Lei Xingfeng said indifferently, This is a kind of norm. They are more developed than us. The structure of their society is more organized and more compact than ours. Wu Yang agreed. Yes, it is a completely different society from ours. They are more united and prefer to live together. Chapter 344. Gucci said, Their invasion has basically crippled our organization in this world. Therefore, we must rebuild our organization and find and recruit talented disciples. This requires you all to go out and find a way to integrate into their society. Yes, this is the mission I asked you all to come here for. Wu Yang then added, In the future, all of you will become true lords. Once you succeed, you will establish your own secret sect. Whether you go out independently or continue to stay here, you will have to accept disciples. The strength of the secret sect depends on all of you. Therefore, finding disciples with good qualifications is one of your most important tasks. Yuko felt a headache coming on. But how do we integrate into them? How do we establish our own organization? Wu Yang shrugged. Don't ask me. I don't know either. You all have to figure it out yourselves and find the answer. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Feng Qinzong said, Master, this is a bit difficult. We don't understand them at all. Wu Yang said, You don't understand, of course you don't understand. That's why I want you all to go out and go to their city. It's best if you live in the city for a while. Perhaps you'll know what to do. Lei Xingfeng agreed. If you want to integrate into the hidden sect, then you must first understand them. If you don't know anything, then you won't be able to integrate and gain benefits from it. A few days later, someone brought an identification card. It was just a round metal plate with a chain attached to it. It could be tied around the wrist. Almost everyone had a card like this. It was said that with this card, you could enter the city and live there. At this time, the hidden sect's door had been lifted. In other words, the disciples could leave. Lei Xingfeng, Thunderstorm, Mad Eagle, Tiger Love, and Jean Dia were all sitting in the wooden shed in the courtyard. Each of them had a round identification card in their hand. Lei Xingfeng was still carefully playing with it. The metal plate was very exquisite. There were patterns on it that he didn't understand. It was a light gold color and was about the size of a silver circle from his previous world. There was a small hole in the middle for a metal chain to pass through. Mad Eagle shook his wrist and said, F***CK, this thing on my wrist feels like a pet. Jean Dia was also a little displeased. Yeah, it's very awkward to wear. On the other hand, Lei Xingfeng didn't feel anything. In his previous life, he didn't have any proof of identity, so there were a lot of inconveniences. For example, he had to withdraw money from the bank, buy a house, and stay in a hotel. It was much stricter than this life. Lei Xingfeng asked, I wonder if the identity plates of the invaders are the same? Jean Dia said, It looks exactly the same, but the content recorded inside is completely different. However, I'm not sure how they recorded the content on such a small round plate. Lei Xingfeng asked, What currency do they use? Jean Dia was puzzled. What currency? Mad Eagle, on the other hand, understood. He said, It's gold and silver rings. I don't know what currency they use either. Jean Dia went to collect his identity plate. At this moment, he finally reacted and said, I know about this. I also collected some back. Yes, it's their currency. As he said this, he took out a big bundle of money and placed it on the table. Lei Xingfeng was dumbfounded. He said in surprise, What the F***ck, it's paper money? That's amazing! The issue of paper money represented the establishment of a credit system. It also meant that the social development of the other world was much more advanced than that of this world. Lei Xingfeng sighed and said, Our world is being swallowed up and integrated. There's no way to stop it. They're much more advanced than us. Other than cultivators, they're better than us in all aspects. Forget it, this isn't something I can worry about. The paper money was very exquisite, not inferior to the currency of his previous life. The smallest unit of currency was 1 ring coin. The largest unit of currency was 1,000 ring coins. Among them, there were 1,500, 110 ring coins. They were all paper money, and 1 ring coin was a coin. From this, it could be seen that their currency was quite mature. Jean Dia said, Our gold and silver rings can be exchanged for paper money. Lei Xingfeng didn't mind. He rarely used gold and silver rings. For one, the trade of goods here wasn't developed. Most of it was barter, which was very primitive. The secret treasure space was a classic example of a self-sufficient system. Even if there weren't any goods in the outside world, they could still make their own. The degree of dependence on the outside world was very low. Even if they didn't sell anything, there wouldn't be any problems. The bundle of money Jean Dia took out was about a few 100,000 rings. To the average person, this was a large sum of money. To the rich, this was pocket money, and it wasn't even enough. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, they were all poor now. Lei Xingfeng asked, Are these rings exchanged with gold and silver rings? Jean Dia shook his head. No, they're exchanged with yin rings. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. What? Yin rings can be exchanged for coins? Jean Dia replied, Because yin rings are compatible with their weapons. They're stronger than the origin rings they make themselves. And the origin ring is the core of a weapon. Without it, the weapon would be useless. Our yin rings are better than the origin rings, they're more durable and can unleash more power. Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment, then asked, How much can 1 yin ring be exchanged for? Jean Dia said, 100,000. Lei Xingfeng shook his head, That's too cheap. Jean Dia nodded, I've heard some news about this. Yin rings are all leaked from the secret sect. Once they realize that yin rings are irreplaceable, the price of 1 yin ring will skyrocket. For now, it's not a big deal to take a loss. Lei Xingfeng nodded, That's more like it. Mad Eagle asked curiously, How much can 1 gold ring be exchanged for? Jean Dia said, I think it's 1,000 or 1,200. I didn't pay too much attention to it. It's not that valuable anyway. Lei Xingfeng said, That depends on the price. Jean Dia said, I heard from the outside that the newly built city is very grand. There's also a lot of daily necessities. Lei Xingfeng thought to himself, If it's industrialized, the goods will definitely be abundant. That's not bad. This world is too primitive. With these people here, I can finally enjoy the pleasures of my past life. Jean Dia's description made everyone itch to go out and see for themselves. Thunderstorm smiled, Then let's go take a look. I remember that there's an ancient Luan passage to Gunnar. Jean Dia said, The seal has been lifted. We can leave the secret treasure space at any time. Oh right, the secret sect has a rule this time. Anyone who dares to provoke us in the city can be killed. The secret sect cannot show weakness, even if it causes a war. Lei Xingfeng thought for a bit and understood. This was a rule set for the secret sect to obtain a higher status. Of course, he couldn't violate it. In terms of individual strength, A ninth ring sage could run amok among the invaders. However, if the enemy used weapons and an army to attack, they would still be in great danger. However, the secret sect couldn't show weakness. Once they did, even if they integrated into society, their status wouldn't be high. This was the unanimous opinion of the secret sect. A high status in society meant that they could obtain more benefits, more resources, and more rights to speak. The old men of the secret sect understood this very well. However, Lei Xingfeng had other ideas in mind. It was almost impossible to rely purely on force to conquer society. Moreover, if he acted arrogantly and domineeringly, he would thoroughly anger everyone. In order to obtain social status, besides power, force was a foundation. The power of money was even more important. According to the saying in his past life, money could make the world go round. When one's wealth reached an immeasurable amount, especially when coupled with force, one could truly enter the top of society. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng didn't intend to be arrogant and domineering. Of course, he wouldn't be bullied either. According to Wu Yang's words, he would kill anyone who dared to bully him. This was a must. Lei Xingfeng understood that if he followed this strategy, there would be a bloodbath. The experts of the secret sect had always been arrogant. They would only treat others as equals if they met someone of a similar level. In other words, the people of the secret sect wouldn't keep a low profile in the cities of the invaders. This would definitely arouse the disgust of those invaders and lead to conflict. Those who could move freely in the secret sect were the direct descendant. These people usually had powerful force. Even if they didn't have enough force, they would still have a group of guards. These guards were also quite powerful. They were definitely not people that low-level cultivators and ordinary people could provoke. The consequence was that whoever provoked them would die. Lei Xingfeng said, "I can foresee a bloodbath." Jean Dia asked, "What do you mean?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Once the people of the secret sect enter the city, there will definitely be a bloodbath. They will probably kill non-stop. We'll just have to see how the other party deals with it." Jean Dia didn't care and said, "Let's just take care of ourselves. Afeng, what should we do?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "It's very simple. We'll keep a low profile and don't cause trouble. We'll integrate into the city as quickly as possible and then start developing. We've seen a lot of murder and arson. This time, we'll do something different." Everyone was stunned. Earn money? What was this? These people never had much of a concept of money. They paid more attention to cultivation and obtaining resources often relied on themselves to find and excavate resources. It had nothing to do with money at all. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "That's right. We'll make money. Big money." Thunderstorm frowned and said, Making money can increase your strength?" Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "That's right. Making money can definitely increase our strength, and not just by a little." He knew that in the society of his previous life, power, money, and influence could bring about a lot of benefit. However, these benefits were difficult to obtain through strength alone. Thunderstorm smiled bitterly and said, "I don't really understand. However, since Afeng wants to do this, I'll support him." Although he still had doubts in his heart, he wouldn't stop Lei Xingfeng's path. He would even accompany him. It didn't matter even if they failed. Chapter 345. Even Jean Dia didn't have such a concept. Could earning money increase one's strength? What a joke, but they were guards. As long as Lei Xingfeng made a decision, they had to obey. He nodded. "No problem, let's go earn money, Feng Ying and Shihu nodded in agreement. As long as they followed Xianfeng, they didn't need to care too much. Lei Xingfeng said, Yi, should we send someone to ask Lil Sis? If she wants to go to the city, we can go together." He thought about the prosperity of a big city. Even if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had seen a lot of big cities in his previous life. He knew how prosperous a big city was, so he wanted to bring his little sister along. He believed that his little sister would be happy with the family of 3. Thunderstorm nodded. Okay. After 2 days of preparation, Lei Xingfeng brought Jean Dia, Jean Depan, Mad Eagle, Tiger Love, and Elder Thunderstorm out of the secret hidden space. The reason he brought Jean Depan along was that he had stayed at home for too long and wanted to go out for some exercise. He was especially curious about the outsiders. He was even more curious about what delicacies the outsiders had and what ingredients they had that he didn't know about. This was the real reason he pestered Lei Xingfeng to come out. Soon, they arrived at the small town outside Xian Yao's secret door. The small town was still the same. There were no traces of the intruders. Since there were 4 continents in this world, the intruders were only in a few spots in Wanxi continent. They didn't spread out at all. Therefore, the small town was still peaceful. Although Lei Xingfeng could enter Xian Yao's secret door and the secret hidden space, he still stayed in the small town. He only notified the people in the secret hidden door. That day, Xian Yao brought Yan Shaoqing out. She excitedly went to Lei Xingfeng's place. Lei Xingfeng gave a simple explanation of why he was here and said, "Little sister, let's go take a look at the cities in the Gangna continent?" Xian Yao was overjoyed. She said, "Us sisters are also discussing going to the city. They plan to go to a city in Wanxi continent. Brother, since you plan to go to the big city in Gangna continent, and I haven't been to Gangna continent before, then I'll go with brother." Thunderstorm laughed. Almost. If it was a few days later, Yao Yao would have already left the secret door. Lei Xian Yao smiled and said, "That's right, we've been discussing for a few days, but Master was a bit worried, that's why we delayed it until now. If she could go with Ah Yi and her brother, of course she wouldn't go with her senior sisters." Yan Shaoqing said, "There's a Luan spot nearby, let's use the ancient Luan passageway to get there. This way, it'll be much faster and it'll be easier for us to return." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "That's right, we plan to use the ancient Luan passage. If one were to fly from the Wanxi continent to the Gunnar continent, it would take half a year. If one were to use the ancient Luan passage, it would only take a few moments. If one were to use the secret door, it would only take a few breaths." Through the ancient Luan passage, Lei Xingfeng's group finally entered Gangna continent. As for the location of the big city, they already had a map and knew where it was. After leaving the Luan passage, the group flew west. There were no weaklings in this group. The weakest was Jean Depeng, followed by Lei Xian Yao. However, Lei Xian Yao's guard was the strongest. He was a monarch. Even in a secret sect, he was an amazing existence. The others were all 9th ring sages. Their strength was comparable to the smallest secret sect. Generally speaking, the smallest secret door had a monarch, a few disciples, and a group of subordinates. A mid-level secret door had at least a heavenly monarch. A high-level secret door had at least a Dao monarch. A top-level secret door had at least 2 Dao monarchs. Lei Xingfeng's secret door should be considered a high-level secret door, but since Wu Yang's master left, it was only a mid-level secret door. Unless Wu Yang ascended, he could return to a high-level secret door. If Feng Qinzong left his current hidden door, he could establish his own hidden door. However, this hidden door would be a bit more difficult. There would be fewer people and weaker cultivators. Of course, he could establish his hidden door in his own world. But that would require a certain amount of yin rings to travel to and from his world. His hidden door would be the lowest level hidden door. Of course, Feng Qinzong wasn't that stupid. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to be independent, so he established his secret door in his original master's place. Relying on his original secret door, he could live a more comfortable life. After flying for half a day, Lei Xingfeng noticed a strange flying machine in the sky. When it saw them, it would come closer, as if observing something. When Lei Xingfeng's group flew towards it, it would fly away like a frightened rabbit. Its speed was quite fast, comparable to that of a 9th ring sage. After flying for a few more hours, Lei Xingfeng's group saw the outline of a city in the distance. At that moment, Lei Xingfeng thought he was back in the city of his past life, but he soon noticed the difference. It was a huge city that stretched endlessly. It was completely made of steel, with tall buildings that reached into the clouds. There were layers upon layers of huge metal buildings, and there was also a huge fortress in the sky. At that moment, Lei Xingfeng felt like he was in a futuristic world. It was quite sci-fi. After flying for a while, Lei Xingfeng saw the patterns that appeared in the Forbidden Land. He knew that these buildings came from the Forbidden Land. Lei Xingfeng said, "This is the inheritance of the Forbidden Land." He knew that this inheritance had been carried forward. The Forbidden Land didn't have such tall buildings, nor did it have such pure metal buildings. Thunderstorm exclaimed, "How spectacular!" The tall buildings reached into the clouds. One could imagine how tall they were. Jindia said, "Flying is not allowed in the sky above the city. We will be attacked by the fortress in the sky, so we have to go down." Lei Xingfeng nodded, "Okay, let's go down." From the sky they could see that there was a newly built road on the ground. It was wide and flat. Everyone slowly descended from the sky and landed on the main road. There were many cars on the road. Xian Yao asked curiously, "Brother, what is this thing? It can actually move on its own? It's very fast." Lei Xingfeng was also very surprised. Was this a car? Actually, it wasn't a car because this car was floating 1.5 to 2 feet above the ground. Its speed wasn't very fast, but of course it was much faster than walking. Moreover, most of the cars here were open. At most, there was a roof on top. Although the design was very exquisite, compared to the cars in his past life, the degree of exquisiteness was a far cry. Lei Xingfeng said, "Little sister, I also don't know what this thing is. Maybe it's some kind of car." Xian Yao exclaimed, "It can move on its own. It's so strange." Along the edge of the city, there were many tall towers. Looking at the appearance of the towers, Lei Xingfeng thought of the Forbidden Tower. It really did look like it. Some of the towers were still under construction. On the wide road, there were paths for ordinary people to walk. Thunderstorm stared at the huge metal fortress in the sky and said, "That thing is very dangerous." Jindia said, "I heard that this fortress attack is very strong." Lei Xingfeng said, "It's not that big of a deal. I heard that the Daojun of the hidden sect destroyed it with one slap." Mad Eagle shook his head. "The Daojun can, but we have no chance." Yan Shaoqing said, "The Daojun won't easily make a move." The group walked along the side of the road. Because the road was full of strange cars, the side was the road for pedestrians. Along the way they saw many people. Their clothes were completely different from Lei Xingfeng and the others. Lei Xingfeng observed carefully. The clothes these people wore, from the style to the material, were different from theirs. Lei Xingfeng and the others mostly wore robes, but the other party's clothes were similar to Lei Xingfeng's in his previous life. They were all wearing short shirts and long pants. The material of their clothes was also very strange. It shone with an unknown light, as if it was decorated with many shiny metal pieces. Their hair was also not long like Lei Xingfeng's hair. Instead, it was in all kinds of strange hairstyles. What was similar was their race. They all had black hair and black eyes. Their appearance was almost the same. There was not much difference. However, Lei Xingfeng and the others were taller and stronger. The other party was relatively short and thin. Their average height was at least half a head shorter than the locals. As for the language, it was almost the same. They were all words from the forbidden area. The whole city gave Lei Xingfeng and the others a great shock. It was really made of metal. However, the metal was different from what Lei Xingfeng knew. Many of the metals were not shining, but seemed to be made of other materials. However, Lei Xingfeng could clearly feel that these were metals and not something else. Lei Xingfeng sighed. They used metal to the extreme. Thunderstorm said, "A place like this, it won't be easy for us to attack. He was talking about thunder attribute attacks. It must be known that metal could conduct electricity. No one paid attention to Lei Xingfeng and the others. They walked hurriedly, ignoring Lei Xingfeng and the others. Jean Dia asked curiously, "They don't seem to care about us?" Lei Xingfeng said, "It's not that they don't care, it's that they completely ignore us. Because we are natives, we have no status to speak of." Jean Depang was furious. He said, "We are a group of weak people. How can they ignore us?" Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Why should they care about you? Ignoring you, they must have received some kind of warning. Otherwise, it wouldn't be ignoring but looking down on you." He understood the other party's attitude. To be able to invade, establish a foothold, and build a city, they must have a strong sense of superiority over the native. Actually, Xianfeng was still wrong. He didn't know how much the invaders feared the hidden door. Back then, a Taoist monarch had charged into their world and smashed their sky fortress with a single slap. That was a fortress made of steel, but it was destroyed with a single slap. Such a terrifying effect made them extremely cautious. At the same time, they understood that the other party didn't care about their invasion, but rather how they treated the hidden door and the locals. Therefore, when Lei Xingfeng and the others entered the city, they were already monitored. However, Lei Xingfeng and the others didn't know that there was even an army lying in ambush in the city. Once there was a conflict, they would quickly arrive, not to eliminate them, but to prevent the conflict from escalating. Chapter 346. Moreover, it wasn't that the people in the city ignored them, but that they didn't dare to interact with them. When they saw them approaching, they naturally chose to avoid them. Of course, Lei Xingfeng and the others didn't know about this. Very quickly, Lei Xingfeng and the others discovered that the people here were avoiding them. Jean Dia said, "That's strange, they're avoiding us." Lei Xingfeng said, "That's normal, we're all dressed differently. Moreover, we're more dangerous than them. It's not strange that they're avoiding us." Lei Xianyao said, "What a strange place, can we go in?" Lei Xingfeng laughed, "They're not blocking us, let's go in from here." This was a road that was specially used to enter the city. Cars wouldn't use it, this was a pedestrian path. There were too many similarities between this city and the city of Xianfeng's previous life. He even suspected that there were people similar to him who had transmigrated here. Many of the structures and designs were similar to the buildings of his previous life. Following the road, tall buildings appeared before their eyes. Before the invaders entered this world, it was a very primitive society. Most of the buildings were made of wood and stone. There were never any metal structures, and there weren't any tall buildings that reached hundreds of meters, so this kind of architecture was very shocking. Thunderstorm, Lei Xianyao, Jean Dia, and the others were all dumbfounded. They couldn't help but exclaim, this was too magical. Lei Xingfeng's expression was calm. In his previous life, he had seen many tall buildings, so he wasn't surprised. As they went deeper into the city, Lei Xingfeng discovered many shops. Just like in his previous life, these shops were on the first, second, and third floors. Jean Dia suddenly pointed at a shop and said, "Is that a shop that sells weapons?" Lei Xingfeng turned his head to look. Indeed, it looked like a weapon shop. He said, "Let's go in and take a look." There were a few people in the shop. When they saw Lei Xingfeng and the others enter, they left without hesitation. The remaining person should be the owner of the shop. He looked at Lei Xingfeng and the others indifferently. He didn't say anything, but he held a strange weapon in his hand. For a moment, both sides did not speak. The situation was extremely awkward. Everyone's first impression was that the people here did not welcome them at all. Lei Xingfeng slowly walked forward. The shopkeeper took a step back and raised the weapon in his hand slightly. The shape of the weapon was very strange. It looked like a big bird with a curved neck and spread out wings. The back half of the weapon was wrapped around the shopkeeper's right arm. He held the weapon in his left hand and pointed the head of the bird at Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng said, We mean no harm. Put down your weapons. The shopkeeper's eyes were full of vigilance and hostility. When he heard Lei Xingfeng's words, he seemed a little surprised and said, "You are the local aborigines?" Everyone could understand what he was saying. It was just that his accent was a little strange, but that didn't stop them from understanding what he was saying. Everyone was a little angry. Local aboriginals? These words had a little bit of discrimination. Lei Xingfeng said, "We are the local people, not some aboriginals. Put down your weapons and listen carefully. If you treat us peacefully, then we will treat you peacefully. If you treat us with hostility, then we will treat you with hostility. If you dare to make a move, I can guarantee that you will die." The shopkeeper was actually afraid and fearful. He was only a low-level practitioner with the strength of 1,000 Luan master. The group of people in front of him gave him too much pressure. That feeling was very bad. It was as if he was not careful, he would die. That was why he carried the weapon. He wanted to give himself courage. He had already been informed that there was an extremely strong force in the area. No matter what, he could not attack these people. That would be courting death. The notice was very clear. If he could not treat them with friendliness, he could not attack. The shopkeeper put down his weapon and said, "What do you want?" Lei Xingfeng could not help but laugh and said, "These words are very strange. This is not a shop?" The shopkeeper said, "Of course it is a shop. This is a very famous weapon shop." Lei Xingfeng spread out his hands and said, "I am here to buy weapons. Can't I? Since you have a shop, then don't be afraid of customers." The shopkeeper said a little resentfully, "It's not that I have never seen a local before, my heart, please look around." He almost said that he was afraid. At the same time, he realized that the other party was not here to find trouble or kill. They were just here to look. Thinking of this, he relaxed. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, everyone look around." Everyone immediately spread out and began to look at the weapons in the shop. Lei Xingfeng came in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately became nervous. Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't be nervous." I said, "I have no ill intentions. It's just that this is the first time I have seen a shop like this. I am just curious." The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a set of black clothes and pants. His arms were bare and there were tattoos on them. He had a shaved head and a big round face. Although he was a little fat, he was not ugly. His appearance did not look annoying. He said, "Look, this is a low-level weapon shop. I don't think you will buy these weapons." Lei Xingfeng said, "That's not necessarily true. Can you introduce it to me?" The shopkeeper was a little confused. Obviously, he did not know where to start. Lei Xingfeng pointed to the weapon on the side. It was a weapon in the shape of half a bird's body. He said, "What kind of weapon is this?" The black bird poked its head out and saw the weapon in half a bird's body at a glance. It was surprised and said, "What is this thing?" The shopkeeper was so scared that he trembled. He never thought that a foot-long black bird could talk. At first, he thought that it was an ornament of the local aborigines. He despised it in his heart. He did not expect that it was a living bird. The most surprising thing was that it could talk. This was too crazy. Lei Xingfeng said, "That's a weapon. Don't talk. Listen to the shopkeeper." The black bird used its beak to help comb Lei Xingfeng's hair. The shopkeeper looked at it in a daze. After a long while, the shopkeeper came to his senses and said, "It's really amazing. Well, my weapon is not a standard weapon. This standard weapon, do you understand?" Lei Xingfeng of course understood. He said, "I know. A standard weapon is a weapon that is mass-produced." The shopkeeper suddenly felt much better. If the other party did not understand, he would not bother to say more. He said, "I asked a master to custom-make this weapon. It's the Flaming Goose Spear. A standard origin ring can shoot 8 scorching fireballs and 24 small fireballs. Its power is quite good." Lei Xingfeng said, How many standard origin rings can you put in at a time? The shopkeeper said, only one can be put in at a time. It's very convenient to swap origin rings. This is a portable weapon, not a large one. You don't need to use a lot of origin rings at a time. Lei Xingfeng muttered to himself for a moment. He already knew that rings could replace origin rings, but he had no idea how effective they would be. He guessed that they would greatly increase the weapon's power, but the rings were controlled by the secret sect. Moreover, the secret sect also used rings, so there would not be a large number of rings. Tell me about the standard weapons you have here. The shopkeeper was helpless. Once other people walked into the shop and saw Lei Xingfeng's group, they would immediately leave. There was no way to do business like this. He braced himself and introduced. There are many types of standard weapons. For example, this is the flaming fire spear. This is a close combat weapon. Fire blade. This is the ice serpent spear. It can shoot out triangular ice. Yes, its armor-piercing ability is average, but it will slow down the enemy's movements. It's not bad. This weapon is the most commonly used. It can shoot out metal pellets. It can shoot out 8 pellets at once. Its power is not bad. Yes, one origin ring can shoot 5 times. This is the most commonly used one, the scattergun. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. This toy was very similar to the shotguns from his previous world. Moreover, this was only a normal model. It could only shoot out metal pellet. A truly powerful scattergun could shoot out fire pellets. If that was the case, then it would be equipped with attribute. Any gun with attributes would definitely be much more powerful. There were also weapons similar to bombs. The more Lei Xingfeng listened, the more shocked he became. This was only a low-level weapon shop. What would a high-level weapon shop have? Lei Xingfeng asked, Can you introduce the weapons in a high-level weapon shop to me? The shopkeeper swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cursed in his heart. He was about to vomit blood from talking, but he still didn't see any benefits. This was too damn annoying. Lei Xingfeng looked at the shopkeeper's expression and knew that this guy was getting impatient. He reached out and took out a stack of paper money and said, If you speak well, this stack of money is yours. The shopkeeper only glanced at it and knew that this stack of paper money was worth at least 10,000 origin rings. He was immediately energized. He definitely didn't earn more than 5,000 origin rings in a day. If he could get this stack of paper money, then it would be equivalent to 3 days of profit. Of course, he had to fight hard for it. Lei Xingfeng sighed. The power of money was indeed sharp. The shopkeeper politely invited Lei Xingfeng to the reception room on the side and even had someone send over drink. This time, he was serious and began to introduce the situation of a high-level weapon shop. The high-level weapon shop was completely prepared for those practitioners. There weren't any standard weapons, all of them were custom-made weapons. It was said that every weapon was unique, just like the shopkeeper's flame goose spear. Of course, due to the shopkeeper's strength, his flame goose spear wasn't very powerful. It could injure a mill wheel master, but it definitely couldn't injure a first-ring sage. Even so, 1,000 Luan master-level practitioner could injure a mill wheel master with just a weapon. In Lei Xingfeng's eyes, this weapon was very powerful. The weapons of the army here were completely different from the civilians. Other than personal equipment, there were all kinds of large weapons. These weapons would consume tens of thousands of origin rings each time they were fired. The power was also completely different from normal weapons. When Gucci was injured, he was attacked by a large weapon. Furthermore, it was the concentrated fire of a large weapon. Once a large weapon concentrated fire, let alone a sage, even a true monarch or lord of heaven wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was also one of the reasons why the hidden sect decided to coexist peacefully. After getting a basic understanding of the weapons, Lei Xingfeng was most concerned about this. Only by understanding the other party could he integrate with them. He didn't have much resistance towards these invaders. They were all the same. If he was reincarnated there, his life would also be the same. The goal he was pursuing now was completely different from the beginning. At the beginning, it was just to eat his fill and survive. Now, he was pursuing cultivation. Chapter 347. In the future, Lei Xingfeng wanted to become a true monarch, heaven monarch, and even Tao monarch. Those were the truly powerful existences. After asking around, Lei Xingfeng quickly understood that their society had a large number of troops. A country had at least 2 to 3 million troops. Some big countries even had tens of millions of troops. The population of a country ranged from 1 to 200 million to 7 to 8 billion. The basic population was huge, so there were many cultivators. In their country, cultivators below the level of sage were called martial warriors. Most of them were middle to low-level military officers. High-level cultivators, or sage-level cultivators, were called saint-level cultivators. They were able to activate large weapons and were the most precious wealth of a country. They had a very high status. Even a sage with one ring would have a very high status. These people were mostly hired by the army or the royal family. They were mostly nobles. Lei Xingfeng realized that they didn't have a true monarch. Or rather, a small figure like the shop owner hadn't come into contact with this area, so he didn't know about the concept of a true monarch. According to Lei Xingfeng's estimation, these countries definitely had true monarchs. It was just that they were too rare. To be able to invade Lei Xingfeng's world without a true monarch, it was unimaginable. Lei Xingfeng was very clear on this point. After the shop owner finished speaking, Lei Xingfeng was very satisfied. This shop owner was very good at talking and knew a lot of things. He raised his hand and threw the stack of money to the shop owner. Okay, this is for you. Also, one last question. The shop owner received the money and was immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect a native to be so rich. He said, "As long as I know, I will definitely answer, definitely answer." Lei Xingfeng smiled. Seeing the shop owner's attitude change, he couldn't help but sigh. Just like in his previous life, the power of money was really great. Fortunately, he was different from his previous life. In this life, he probably wouldn't have to worry about money. He said, "How can I live in this city?" The shop owner immediately smiled and said, "Very simple. As long as you can afford a house in the city, you can live in this city." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Don't we need to register or something?" The shop owner shook his head and said, "You don't need anything. Oh right, there is one thing you need, and that is the identity plate. Without that, you can't buy a house. Let me tell you something else. Houses now are very cheap. When the large-scale immigration starts, the prices of houses here will increase." Lei Xingfeng asked, "How much would it cost to buy a house?" The shop owner said, "It depends on the size of the house. Let's put it this way. Individual houses, including those with small courtyards, are extremely expensive. As for high-rise houses, they are relatively cheap." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper and said, "This is a simple map of the city. Because the city hasn't been built yet, we can only use this simple map." Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "Okay, do I need to pay?" He reached out and took the map. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "I gave it to you." Lei Xingfeng said, "If that's the case, thank you." The shop owner said, "If you want to buy a house, go to the Western District. There are many residential buildings there. Also, the business district is in the Eastern District. It's all marked on the map." Lei Xingfeng pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, got it." He then called everyone to leave the shop together. Jean Dia asked, "How is it?" Lei Xingfeng said, "We'll buy a house first. I don't know if we have enough money. Let's go take a look first." Jean Dia immediately understood. He said, "You want to set up a contact point here?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Not only do we need to set up contact points in this city, we also need to set up contact points in other cities. However, we don't have enough money." Let's see where we can make money. Jean Depeng said, let's go take a look at the food here. Lei Xingyao also said, brother, I'm hungry. Lei Xingfeng looked at the map and said, okay, if we want to eat, let's go to the Eastern District. There's a circular bus here. The so-called circular bus was similar to the subway in his previous life, but it was on the ground here. After leading everyone to the circular bus, Lei Xingfeng was stunned. This thing was too similar to the high-speed trains in his previous life. However, it didn't have rails. Instead, it floated on the ground. He didn't know what was used as a guide to bring everyone onto the bus. The circular bus was almost empty. After sitting down, someone came to collect the fare. It was very cheap, only 1 ring per person. Other than Lei Xingfeng, everyone else was very cautious. Lei Xingyao held on to Yan Shaoqing's arm tightly. She looked very nervous. This was the first time in her life that she sat in this kind of bus. Lei Xingfeng comforted her. There's nothing to be nervous about. It's much safer than flying in the air. Everyone can fly freely in the air. There's no reason to be afraid of this kind of bus. Thunderstorm laughed. You're not used to it the first time. You'll get used to it after a few times. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the next bus. I don't have any ring money. F***ck. Get lost. Lei Xingfeng and Thunderstorm looked at each other. Lei Xingfeng said, I'll go take a look. Jean Dia and the others followed him to the other bus. Uncle Lotzi, why are you here? Lei Xingfeng looked at Lotzi, who was like a fighting cock. This guy looked very angry. However, the person collecting the fare was a little girl, and an ordinary person at that. No matter how strong Lotzi was, he had no place to use his strength. Moreover, he was unreasonable. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay, but that he didn't have any paper money. Lotzi looked at Lei Xingfeng and immediately smiled. Okay, don't cry. Someone is here to pay for me. Lei Xingfeng immediately laughed. No wonder this guy stopped shouting after shouting. It turned out that he made the ticket seller cry. Thunderstorm also laughed and shook his head. This old thing definitely didn't act like an old man. Xanfeng walked up and gave the little girl a 10-ring note. I'm sorry, I'll pay for him, keep the change if it's too much. What he meant was that the extra money would be his apology. The little girl was very valiant. She took the 10-ring note and said, What do you mean no need for change? I'm not greedy for money. What should be paid must be paid. What shouldn't be paid, I won't take a single ring more. You're a big man, yet you have the nerve to shout at me, a little girl. If you don't have money, then don't take the bus. She directly threw the change to Lei Xingfeng and turned to leave. Xian Yao giggled and said, This little sister is so tough. Lotzi's face turned red. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. He said, Uncle Lotzi, you didn't bring anyone? Xian Yao giggled. Uncle Lotzi came alone, right? Lotzi said, I came to see what's so great about this city. Lei Xingfeng sat beside Lotzi and said, Everyone sit, don't just stand. There are very few people taking the bus now. They probably haven't migrated on a large scale yet. Everyone sat down. Thunderstorm said, Elder Lotzi, did you find anything? Lotzi sighed. They're not as strong as us, but they're stronger than us. They're more organized than us. Even ordinary people can play a role. We're too far behind them. Xianfeng spoke. There are pros and cons, but in general, the pros outweigh the cons. After all, they're the same as us, after we blend in, we'll be able to use their system and resources. Lotzi said, I know. Your tone is the same as that of those old fellows. Otherwise, we would have already killed each other. Lei Xingfeng nodded. If there's an all-out war, they won't have it easy either. Lotzi pointed to the sky and said, Their biggest reliance is the flying fortresses in the sky. Those things are really terrifying. Except for Dao monarchs, no one can do anything about them. Back then, even your master was injured by those things. Lei Xingfeng said, Yes, I heard that a Dao monarch went to negotiate and smashed a flying fortress with one slap. Lotzi smiled bitterly. Those Tao monarchs don't care at all. If it weren't for the secret door, they wouldn't have appeared. If 5 or 6 Tao monarchs came, they could at least block their passage into this world. Lei Xingfeng said, they won't care. Moreover, I feel that they intentionally let them invade. Lotzi nodded. Yes, they did let them invade. Back then, we killed many people and were preparing to destroy their large secret door. Then, we received a notice to retreat. In the chaos, many Tao monarchs were injured. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have come out to fight. It's a waste of effort. Lei Xingfeng smiled. We have to fight. If we don't, they won't know how powerful we are. Lotzi understood immediately. He nodded and sighed. Damn, we'll fight with our lives while the others enjoy the benefit. Forget it, I'm too lazy to be bothered. If we have time, let's go to the outer space. Although it's dangerous there aren't so many troubles. Let's enjoy the peace. Lei Xingfeng curled his lips. This guy had obtained the Sky Evolution Crystal and could probably go to the outer space directly. However, with his current strength, it was still a bit difficult for him to go to the outer space. He might even die there. Yan Shaoqing said, it's not that easy to survive in the outer space. Lotzi said, just be careful. It's not a big problem. He was qualified to say such words. After all, he had been there several times. Especially the last time, he had gained a lot, which greatly increased his interest in the outer space. Lei Xingfeng said, Marshal Uncle Lotzi, where are you going now? Lotzi smiled. I'm just curious. By the way, what are you going to do with so many people? Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, buy a house and visit the city. I'm just curious. Lotzi said, okay, I'll go with you. It just so happens that I don't have money. Damn, I found that it's hard to move around here without money. Lei Xingfeng said, you didn't exchange the coins here? Lotzi said, I don't know. How do I exchange? Lei Xingfeng said, do you have gold rings? If you have gold rings, you can exchange them. It's about 1 to 1,000. As he spoke, he took out a stack of about 10,000 gold rings and handed it to Lotzi. Marshal Uncle Lotzi, keep this money first. If you need it in the future, you can exchange it yourself. For us, this money should be easy to get. Chapter 348. Jean Dia said, Senior Lotzi, if you really can't do it, just use rings. 1 for 100,000, a few rings should be enough. Lotzi said, all right, I got it. The East District was a business district, while the West District was a residential district. Of course, the East District also had residences, but they were more expensive. The circular car quickly arrived at the East District. Everyone got off the car. There were clearly more people here. Lei Xingfeng sighed, they're more advanced than our society. Lotzi said, their ability to develop minds is stronger. They've already clashed with a few secret sections. There were a few battles in order to seize the mines. In the end, they were suppressed by the higher-ups of both sides. Their current goal is the ownerless mines. Lei Xingfeng said, our world doesn't have many resources. Lotzi shook his head. No, for us there aren't many resources. But for them, this is a world rich in resources. Before he finished, Lei Xingfeng already understood. One was a personal mining operation, while the other was equivalent to mechanical mining. The two could not be compared at all. These were two different production systems. One was manual mining, while the other was standard industrial mining. The methods of utilization were also completely different. The cultivator used it individually, while the other used it comprehensively. Lei Xingfeng was shocked. For resources, this kind of society would be more aggressive than cultivators. They would also want the cultivators of this world to integrate, which would strengthen their society. If the two weren't of the same culture, then perhaps the results would be different. Without any doubt, the only result would be a fight to the death. Along the way, they didn't encounter any provocation. The other side probably already knew that the locals who could enter their city were all cultivators. Lei Xingfeng and the others were all true masters. In their society they were saint martial artists. They had extremely high social status. Any normal person or low-level cultivator had to maintain a respectful attitude. The commerce here was very developed. There were a large number of shops, markets, trading markets, and all kinds of money shops. The most surprising thing was the large number of goods. Whether it was food or clothing, they were all extremely rich. Lei Xingfeng and the group began to shop wantonly. There were all kinds of strange fabrics, all kinds of exquisite condiments, and all kinds of food. Lei Xingfeng even felt that he had returned to the society of his previous life. There were really many things that were similar. Very quickly, the shopping spree could no longer continue as Xian Feng was already out of money. A few 100,000 was quickly spent. Since they all had their hidden Luan spaces, they could store the items they bought, so they didn't feel like they had spent much before they ran out of money. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. All right, let's go find a money shop and see if we can get some money to use. Soon, they found a money shop and exchanged the gold hoop for a few 100,000 RMB. The group continued to buy various items. The group gradually began to familiarize themselves with the city. From the eastern district to the western district, it was already dusk. Following the simple map, Lei Xingfeng found a large inn. At this time, they couldn't buy a house because they had asked around. A house would cost at least 800,000 RMB, and they didn't have enough money. The cost of living in the large inn was very cheap. A room only cost 110 rings. Lei Xingfeng asked for the best room and let the group choose. He then went down to the dining hall and ordered food. The group sat down happily, waiting for the food to be served while chatting about the day's harvest. Just the clothes alone were bought in large quantities. It had to be said that mass-produced goods were completely different from hand-made goods. Not only were there many varieties, but they were also exquisite, unlike hand-made goods. So everyone bought a batch, especially Lei Xingyao. She bought even more because she wanted to make clothes for Ah Yi and her brother. Jean Dia's harvest was also very big. He bought a lot of condiments and specialties, preparing to go back and test them out. There weren't many people eating in the dining hall, only a few seats. The entire dining hall was quite deserted. Only Lei Xingfeng's table was a bit more lively. Large plates of dishes were served, and the quality of the dishes made Jean Depang grin. Boiled meat with fine salt, large pieces of bread, and a thick soup made from meat and vegetables. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were all people raised by Jean Depang to be picky, so how could they eat such simple food? Everyone looked at each other. After a while, Thunderstorm said, "Eat, this is already good enough. Don't think about Depang's food." Lei Xingfeng sighed and said, "Eat." Before, we couldn't eat enough and could eat anything. Now that the taste is a bit different, I'm not used to it. Actually, boiled meat was quite tasty if it was cooked well. Everyone was used to it. Mad Eagle smiled and said, "Depang, if we're still staying here tomorrow, you should cook for us." Jean Depang smiled and said, "No problem." Suddenly, a large group of people rushed in. Someone shouted, "Waiter, arrange it. We have more than 300 people. This hall, we're reserving it." Lei Xingfeng turned his head to look and couldn't help but be stunned. He said, "Soldiers?" Thunderstorm said, "What do you mean?" He didn't have the concept of soldiers. Lei Xingfeng shook his head and didn't say anything. He just stared at the group of people. Because they were wearing the same clothes, it was obvious that they were uniforms. Moreover, they were all carrying weapons. The weapons looked similar, so it was certain that they were standard weapons. Lei Xingyao smiled and said, "Wow, so many people." They were all seated at large round tables. There were more than 30 large round tables in the hall, and each round table could seat 10 people. These 300 people were more or less able to fill up the entire hall. The waiters of the inn immediately busied themselves with arranging the tables and chairs, as well as seating. Soon, everyone was seated. At this time, Lei Xingfeng's table was incomparably sober. Moreover, their clothes were completely different from the people in the city. It was obvious that they weren't from the city. Jean Dia said softly, "Most of them are ordinary people. There are a few practitioners." Suddenly, someone shouted, "The officer is here! Stand up!" The large group of people stood up loudly. The sound of tables and chairs colliding could be heard. This group of people loudly said, "Good morning, officer." An old man was also wearing a uniform. However, his uniform was quite exquisite. With one look, one could tell that he was an officer. Lei Xingfeng had seen this many times in his previous life, so he didn't find it strange. However, Thunderstorm and the others were all dumbfounded. What was going on? The old man said, "Okay, everyone sit down." Schwa. Everyone sat down. The originally chaotic scene immediately quieted down. Mad Eagle said softly, "This person has the strength of a true ring body." Lei Xingfeng said, In their place, he's considered a very powerful expert." Jean Depang laughed. "With this level of strength, in our family, he can barely do odd jobs." The old man sat at the table in the middle. He said, "The dishes can be served. Hurry up." His gaze swept over Lei Xingfeng's table. In an instant, he felt a chill in his heart. He was different from these soldiers. He was a true ring body. Of course, he could feel the strength of these people at the table. It was simply unfathomable. It made it difficult for him to breathe, as if he was suffocating. After hesitating for a moment, the old man didn't stand up. A trace of struggle appeared on his face. Lei Xingfeng and the others didn't care about this group of soldiers. Any one of these 300 people could easily wipe them out, even if they were armed. The difference in strength was too great. Large basins of boiled meat were served. Every table had a basin. These basins were similar to a child's bathtub. They were piled with large pieces of meat that needed to be cut with a small knife. The steaming hot basins of meat filled the entire hall with a rich meaty aroma. Next was a large pot of wine. Lei Xingfeng could tell at a glance that this was high alcohol content. In other words, they knew how to distill and make wine. The aroma of the wine made Thunderstorm swallow a mouthful of saliva. He said, "What wine is this? Why is it so fragrant? It doesn't feel any worse than fishman wine." Jean Depang also kept sniffing. He said, "Yes, it feels very good." Lei Xingfeng beckoned the waiter over. He said, "What wine is that? Give us a few pots." The waiter smiled bitterly. He said, "Sir, I'm very sorry. This wine isn't from our inn. They brought their own hard liquor. Only the army has this kind of wine." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Well, forget it." He wouldn't vent his anger on a waiter because of this. Lazi said with a smile, "How about I go and grab a pot?" Lei Xingfeng waved his hand and said, "No need." He wouldn't kill someone for a pot of wine. Lazi curled his lips and didn't insist. However, the old man stood up and walked over. He said, "I'd like to invite you to taste the hard liquor in the army." As he said that, he waved his hand. Several soldiers came over with wine pots and placed them on Lei Xingfeng's table. Lei Xingfeng immediately smiled. He knew that the old man wanted to chat with them. Lei Xingfeng also stood up. Although his seniority and strength were not the highest in this group, he was definitely the leader. He said, "Thank you. Please come and sit with us." When the old man saw Lei Xingfeng stand up and speak, he knew that this person was probably the leader of this group. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hospitality." The soldiers quickly placed the wine pots on the table and then left. It was obvious that this army had a clear hierarchy. No one dared to question the old man's actions. Lei Xingfeng invited the old man to sit beside him. He said, "Sorry, my friend smelled the wine and wanted to taste it." The old man smiled and said, "This is the special hard liquor in the army. If you like it, I'll give you some later." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "According to the etiquette here, Lei Xingfeng, 9th ring sage." The old man was shocked. Of course, he knew what a ninth ring sage was. In their world, ninth ring sages were the top experts and were extremely rare. Before coming here, he had heard that the cultivators in this world were very powerful. He didn't expect that a random local would be a ninth ring sage. He felt that it was unreal. Lei Xingfeng's introduction shocked the old man. Then, the self-introduction stunned him. Thunderstorm smiled and said, "Thunderstorm, ninth ring sage. Jean Dia, ninth ring sage. Mad Eagle, ninth ring sage." Chapter 349. Tiger Love, ninth ring sage. The old man's only thought was, since when did ninth ring sages become so worthless? Almost everyone here was a ninth ring sage. As for Lei Xingyao, Jin Depang, and Yan Shaoqing, they didn't say anything. The old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, You're from the secret sect?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "That's right, we're from the hidden sect." The old man let out a long breath. He was ecstatic. It was great to be able to get to know someone from the hidden sect. Everyone knew that the hidden sect had countless experts, but he didn't expect it to be true. When they first entered this world, they heard that the hidden sect was there to stop them. The result of the battle terrified the army. Only 50 people from the hidden sect had destroyed tens of thousands of soldiers. If they hadn't retreated, who knew how many more people would have died? Later on, a very powerful cultivator came to negotiate. It was said that he was also a member of the secret sect. Furthermore, he was an expert of the secret sect. With a single slap, he shattered a sky fortress. Only then did the secret sect truly shake their world. As a result, every country issued an order that no one was to offend the members of the secret sect. Of course, every country and influential family was looking for opportunities to cooperate with the hidden sect. No matter who found and succeeded, they would receive great benefit. The old man approached Lei Xingfeng with this idea. When he learned that Lei Xingfeng and the others were from the hidden sect, he knew that his chance had come. "Constantine, my name is Constantine. I'm the leader of this city's garrison." Lei Xingfeng's eyes lit up. This position was very good. It was worth making friends with. Xianfeng wanted to set up a contact point in this city, and even had other plans, all of which required the help of connections. Since the other party was interested in making contact with him, and was also a powerful figure in this city, even if he was a weak first-ring true master, it was worth the effort to make contact with him. Lei Xingfeng immediately became very enthusiastic. Lei Xingfeng took out a few bottles of Fishman wine. "Let's try your strong wine. You should also try our wine. Fishman wine, produced in the outside world. It's a specialty of the Blackfish people." There was a big difference between Fishman wine and strong wine. Fishman wine didn't have the strong aroma of strong wine, but it tasted better. Because Fishman wine had been stored for a long time, it had a mellow taste and a rich aftertaste. Of course, strong wine also had its benefits. Strong wine had a strong aroma, which was very suitable for young people. That was why the army here was the main consumer of strong wine. Constantine only took a sip of the Murloc wine before he started praising it. This wine was very much to his taste. The Fishman wine had another specialty, which was its ability to nourish the body, something that strong alcohol didn't have. The Fishman wine nourished one's body. It was countless times better than the medicinal wine of Xianfeng's previous world, and the effects were immediate. If one drank it for a long time, even a true monarch would experience its benefits, which was why true monarchs would use rings to exchange for the Fishman wine. Soon, Constantine realized the benefits of Fishman wine. He asked, "This wine, can we buy it in large quantities?" Jean Dia couldn't help but laugh. He said, "This isn't brewed by us. It's brewed by the Blackfish. They're fishmen from the outer world, and are completely different from us. This kind of wine is also a rare treasure here." Jean Dia then explained the origin of the fishmen and the environment of the outside world. He also mentioned how the fishmen made fishman wine. Constantine's mouth was wide open. He was completely shocked. Their world had developed to the extreme. They couldn't expand anymore. Whether it was population or land, they'd reached the limit. Before they discovered Lei Xingfeng's world, their world had fought countless wars for resources. It wasn't until they discovered this world that they truly gathered all their strength and stepped into it. The cultivators of this world had long since left for the outside world. According to Jean Dia, countless other worlds had appeared. How could he not be shocked? Constantine hadn't reached the level of a middle or high-level true master, so he didn't know much about the cultivators. However, this didn't stop him from trying to profit from it. Being able to get in touch with the hidden sect was his biggest gain since entering this world. Constantine invited, "If you're free, please come to my house tomorrow." A trace of uneasiness appeared on his face. It seemed too impatient to invite someone he'd just met to his house. He was afraid that the other party would refuse. Lei Xingfeng accepted Constantine's invitation without hesitation. Constantine wanted to find people from the hidden sect, and Lei Xingfeng wanted to find people from the new world. Therefore, the two hit it off. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Okay, I'll visit you tomorrow." Thunderstorm nodded to himself. He thought that Lei Xingfeng knew how to conduct himself better than he did. At the very least, it was impossible for him to interact with a stranger like this. He used to have a bad temper and killed people at the slightest provocation. However, after being injured and going into hibernation, his temperament had changed greatly. It was still difficult for him to take the initiative to make friends. Constantine got up and said goodbye. He left the hall with a group of soldiers. The next day, Lei Xingfeng brought Jean Dia and Mad Eagle to Constantine's house. The others continued shopping, especially Lei Xingyao. She had a lot of gifts to bring back. Constantine didn't invite anyone. Instead, he waited at the gate of his house with an assistant. He waited until Lei Xingfeng arrived at the gate and welcomed him warmly. He had a certain selfish motive. Making friends with people from the hidden sect was a very important task for any high-ranking person who entered this world. Lei Xingfeng wanted to set up a base in this city to communicate with outsiders. Constantine was a very good candidate. He couldn't ignore him. Constantine welcomed Lei Xingfeng and the other two into his house. They sat down. Constantine smiled and said, "This is the first time I've invited friends from the hidden sect to my house. Haha, I'm still a little nervous. If there's anything wrong with my hospitality, please forgive me." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "This is also the first time I've come into contact with you. Don't be nervous. We're not enemies now." Constantine nodded. "We're going to have a large-scale migration soon. As you know, there will be large-scale construction in Gunnar. I need your help." Jean Dia asked, "What kind of help do you need?" Constantine said, "We need masters. We need a certain number of masters. You know, I'm the commander of the garrison in this city. Although there are many soldiers, we're severely lacking in high-end martial art. I hope we can cooperate." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "No problem. If you need masters, I can provide them. But what do I get in return?" The two began to make a naked deal. Constantine smiled. Constantine smiled and said, "There are many benefits. First, I can provide a large amount of funds. Second, your secret sect can do anything in this city, and I will provide you with the best protection. Third, my family can carry out all kinds of activities with you. Not only can we provide funds, but we can also provide weapons. You should know that our weapons are first class." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Do you know about Yin rings?" Constantine suddenly became excited and said, Yes. I know about Yin rings. You have Yin rings? Ah, right, you're from the hidden sect. You should have Yin rings." He was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. He'd heard that Yin rings could not only be used on weapons, but also had a very important use. It was a holy item for cultivation, something that could increase one's cultivation. This was something that didn't exist in their world. Back then, he'd heard that there were people in the hidden sect who'd made deals. There was a hint that rings could increase one's cultivation. Someone had tested it and found that a first ring sage had advanced to second ring with just a few rings. This caused a huge commotion. He'd been shocked when he'd heard this news, but he'd never thought that he'd be able to obtain one. Rings were actually a resource that the hidden sect controlled. Now, these outsiders were also obsessed with them. Lei Xingfeng sighed inwardly at the power of the old men in the hidden sect. They'd only taken out a few rings and they'd gone crazy. They probably didn't know that once they used rings, their potential would be exhausted. It would be impossible for them to advance to monarch. This was the biggest flaw of using rings to cultivate. Lei Xingfeng smiled. Yes, I have rings. Constantine's mind was filled with rings. He was so excited that his hands trembled. After a while, he said, rings, are you selling them? Lei Xingfeng thought about how he was still short on money. A small amount is fine. Too much won't do. Constantine let out a sigh of relief. How much for one ring? Lei Xingfeng said, I don't have a lot. You name a price. If it's suitable, I'll sell it to you. Constantine thought for a while, then said, How about 200,000 rings? He carefully named the price. In fact, he knew that back when the higher-ups were exchanging for rings, it was about 100,000 rings for a ring. But by the time they discovered the uses of rings, the price had already skyrocketed. It was truly unattainable. Only the richest could afford it. Not long after, even with this price, there was no market for it. Even if you had the money, you couldn't buy it. This was the real reason why so many people wanted to associate with people from the hidden sect. Constantine was only the commander of a city's guard force. He wasn't a millionaire. The fact that he could name such a price was already very good. Lei Xingfeng smiled. How many do you plan on exchanging? Constantine said, 5. I only have 1,000,000 rings. He sighed inwardly. He knew that there was no other way this time. This price was a bit low. Xenfeng didn't mind, he spoke. Okay, then I'll exchange it for 5. Constantine was pleasantly surprised. He thought that Lei Xingfeng would try to bargain, but he didn't expect him to agree so easily. He thought about it and realized that Lei Xingfeng was trying to get on his good side. He couldn't help but thank him. Thank you. Lei Xingfeng said indifferently, You're welcome. I'll have a lot of things to trouble you with in the future. He immediately brought up his expectations. Constantine said, As long as it's something I can help with, just say the word. Xianfeng thought, Success, with this as a springboard, I'll be able to integrate into society. Even though he didn't have to integrate himself, he would choose a suitable agent and slowly blend into this unfamiliar society to get what he wanted. He said, I'll send someone to contact you. As he spoke, he swiped his hand across the table. A row of 5 rings appeared. Chapter 350. Constantine's eyes lit up and he said, Of course. Wait a minute, I'll go get the money. Lei Xingfeng didn't care at all. Wait for me to find someone. You can give him the money. I'll take it as I put it here first. After leaving Constantine's house, Lei Xingfeng's group stayed in the city for a few more days before returning to the secret hidden space. During this time, Lei Xingfeng and Yan Shaoqing left the group and returned to their own secret door. Lei Xingyao was very happy this time and bought a lot of things. Of course, Lei Xingfeng paid for them. Mad Eagle stayed in Constantine's house temporarily as a liaison. When Lei Xingfeng returned home, another person would be sent to replace him. Lei Xingfeng didn't know that Wu Yang and his master, Gucci, had gone to the extraterritorial starry sky until he got home. According to the manager, the two were invited by a few friends. Because Lei Xingfeng was outside and couldn't be contacted, they didn't bring him along. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't want to go to the extraterritorial starry sky for the time being. That place looked good, but it was too dangerous. With his strength as a ninth ring sage, it wasn't suitable for him to go. According to AI-8, Wu Yang and the others went to the extraterritorial starry sky because someone had opened a passage to the Forbidden Land. Although it wasn't the core area of the Forbidden Land, it was still inside. Because the Lord of Heaven who opened the passage felt that he wasn't strong enough to protect himself, he invited friends everywhere and planned to go in together. This way, even if there was danger, there would be a group of people who could resist it. This was the most common method used by high-level cultivators. Once there were benefits and they couldn't take it all, they would look for masters who had cooperated with them before or find trustworthy friends. If a person was too solitary, this kind of opportunity couldn't be used. If they forced their way in alone, there was a 90% chance that they would die inside. No matter how careful they were, it would be useless. One day, Thunderstorm came to Lei Xingfeng's room and said, "Feng, I'm leaving." Lei Xingfeng stood up in surprise and asked, "Why?" Thunderstorm laughed, "Feng, I want to find my own way to level up." Lei Xingfeng was stunned and said, Yi, I have already arranged for your advancement. You can advance here. There is a large seal platform here. When Master and Patriarch return, I will ask them to protect you." Thunderstorm didn't wait for Lei Xingfeng to finish. He waved his hand and said, Feng, don't bother them. You know Ye's character. I have my own ideas and I don't want to use these methods to advance. Feng, work hard and cultivate. When you reach the peak of the 9th ring, I hope I'll have advanced successfully. At that time I'll pass on my experience to you, he said confidently. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, Yi, you don't understand. Advancing to Monarch is really dangerous. You have to be confident both inside and outside. The so-called inside and outside referred to the need for sufficient materials and rings. The outside referred to the need for the large seal platform and experts to protect it. When necessary, they could even protect it. These 2 points were very important. Thunderstorm laughed. I have my own plans. No matter inside or outside, I have a high chance of advancing. Plus, I got a lot of materials from you, especially the Saint Crystal and the medicine Yao Yao gave me. If I can't advance, even with the large seal platform and experts protecting me, I still won't be able to advance. Don't worry, Yi still wants to live a little longer. I don't want to die so soon. I still want to take care of my grandson and granddaughter. Lei Xingfeng couldn't stop Thunderstorm at all. The old man had always been very stubborn and had his own ideas. He couldn't dissuade him. After a while, Lei Xingfeng pulled Thunderstorm and said, Yi, be careful. He wasn't a sloppy person. Some things couldn't be dissuaded. Just like himself, sometimes he was very stubborn. Thunderstorm said, I have to advance successfully. I have an old friend. Once I'm done advancing, I'll go find him. Lei Xingfeng immediately knew who this old friend was. Dano. Thunderstorm had always kept the grudge they formed in Shirong Land in mind. However, this guy was from a secret sect and had experts supporting him. Thunderstorm couldn't take revenge for now. Dano is also from a secret sect. I've seen his seniors. One is a monarch and the other is a monarch. They're very strong. If it wasn't for Wu Yang, Lei Xingfeng would have suffered a great loss. Thunderstorm nodded and said, I know. I'll be careful. If I'm not confident, I won't make a move. Lei Xingfeng was still muttering in his heart. However, he didn't reveal anything on his face. He said, Yi, if you don't rely on the Great Stamp platform, how are you going to advance? Thunderstorm said indifferently, I'm thinking. Back then, if the cultivators advanced to Monarch, would their conditions be better than today? Would they have the help of the Great Stamp platform? Would they have experts protecting them? Would they have all kinds of rare materials or medicines to help them advance? I don't think so. But how did they advance? Don't tell me they didn't advance? I don't think so. So, I don't want to rely too much on myself. Of course, I already have a lot of help. Lei Xingfeng said, Ah Yi, do you want to go to the thunderstorm area to advance? Thunderstorm smiled and rubbed Lei Xingfeng's head. This was something that Lei Xingfeng often did when he was young. It was to the point that Lei Xingfeng also liked to rub her head. He said, I've always had this idea. Only in the thunderstorm weather can I advance smoothly. Other methods of advancement aren't suitable for us lightning attribute cultivators. If I succeed, it means that you succeed. Let Ah Yi open a path for you. Lei Xingfeng had cultivated to this level, so of course he understood Thunderstorm's idea. In fact, he also had the same doubts, especially since he used the ancient method to condense his own Lei Yin. He understood how different Lei Yin was. If he used the Great Stamp platform to advance, he didn't know how many Yin rings he would need. If it was his turn to advance, he probably wouldn't even have enough Yin rings. Ah Yi, the thunderstorm area isn't easy to find. Thunderstorm smiled. I know. After I'm fully prepared, I plan to travel through the 4 continents. If I search wholeheartedly, it'll be hard to find it. But if I don't pay attention, it's very possible. It'll depend on luck. Lei Xingfeng was speechless. Luck was hard to say. Maybe he'd meet it as soon as he left home, or maybe it'd take a year or 2 before he'd meet the right one. But one thing was for sure. If he traveled like this, sooner or later he'd meet the right thunderstorm weather. The reason Lei Xingfeng didn't worry about Thunderstorm leaving was because he gave Thunderstorm 2 gold rank puppets. With these 2 gold rank puppets as guards, Lei Xingfeng believed that even if a monarch came, Thunderstorm would be able to easily retreat. Thunderstorm stood up and said, I'm leaving. He was very straightforward. After he finished speaking, he immediately left. Lei Xingfeng pondered for a moment, then said, Do you want to bring 2 guards? I'll ask Uncle Jean and Uncle Ing to help you. Thunderstorm shook his head and said, No need. I'm used to being alone. Actually, he felt quite uncomfortable staying at Lei Xingfeng's place. He only stayed temporarily because of Lei Xingfeng. When he saw that Lei Xingfeng was living a good life and had elders who loved him dearly, he was completely relieved. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Okay, I'll send Ah Yi off. The 2 of them walked out of the room. After sending off Thunderstorm, Lei Xingfeng looked listless. He went to the wooden shed in the courtyard and sat on a chair in a daze. Jean Dia came to Lei Xingfeng's side and sat down. He smiled and said, What's wrong? Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly and said, Ah Yi left. Jean Dia said, Old master likes to be alone. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Yes, Ah Yi left this time. I don't know when we'll see each other again. This wasn't the previous world where communication was extremely outdated. After losing contact last time, it took a long time to find Thunderstorm. But now they had a secret sect home. As long as Thunderstorm wanted to see Lei Xingfeng, he could find the secret sect's contact point and come in. Jean Dia comforted him. Old master will come back to see you. Lei Xingfeng rubbed his face and said, Let's not talk about this. After you came back, did you hear any news? Jean Dia said, Not much, but your senior brothers and sisters all left home. Haha, they also went to the city. Lei Xingfeng said, Then there's no one left at home. Jean Dia smiled and said, There's still one left. Your young martial uncle Feng Qinzong is here. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile. He said, I know, it's not that young martial uncle doesn't want to go out, it's that he can't. Haha, he was ordered to guard the home. Poor thing. A voice suddenly came from the door. Who said I'm poor? I'm great, I'm happy, I'm so happy. God damn it. Feng Qinzong walked in with large strides, cursing as he walked. He looked extremely displeased. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. I said you can't talk about people behind their back. Now that you've said it, you've come. He stood up and said, Young martial uncle, how come you have time to come here? Feng Qinzong was extremely unhappy. They all ran away. Where can I go? Of course I'm here to relax. Don't tell me you're also planning to go out? Lei Xingfeng shook his head. I just came home not long ago. I don't plan to go out yet. Feng Qinzong said, Okay, finally there's someone to keep me company at home. Alright, Feng, have Fatty Jean make some good food. Damn it, I don't know what's wrong with the cook these days. The food he makes tastes terrible. Lei Xingfeng said, If the cook isn't good, we can just change. He didn't care. Feng Qinzong said, Change my ass. That's my relative. He's here to make a living. If we change him, he'll be scolded behind his back. In the past, he rarely stayed at home. He didn't care if the chef was good or bad. However, after his advancement, his lifestyle changed completely. He spent more time at home than out. Most importantly, after eating Jean Depeng's food, he felt like he was eating dog shit when he went home. One was food for humans while the other was food for dogs. He sometimes thought that maybe dogs didn't even eat his food. Lei Xingfeng smiled. No problem. If you really can't stand it, you can eat at our house. It's not like you have an extra mouth. Feng Qinzong said, and, since I don't have anything to do, I'll spend the day at your house. I'll go back at night. Lei Xingfeng smiled. I'll have someone bring Fatty here. He waved his hand to call over a nearby waiter and gave him some instructions. A moment later, Jean Depeng walked out with a grin on his face. He walked over to the table and found himself a chair. Did Senior Feng call for me? Chapter 351. Xian Feng laughed. That's right, little Marshall uncle is craving for food and specially wanted to eat your dishes, that's why he came here. Jean Depeng was very clever and knew how to flatter. This is my honor. No matter what, I have to cook a few good dishes to show respect to Senior. Feng Qinzong said, You have a sweet mouth. Haha, good. If it tastes good, there will be a prize. Jean Depeng said, A prize? That's great. I will definitely flatter Senior and make him satisfied. Haha. Not only was he fat, but his skin was also very thick. Feng Qinzong laughed. Good. You go prepare. I won't be leaving today. Jean Depeng stood up. Alright. Watch me. He got up and went to prepare. If it was just to fill his stomach, of course he didn't need to prepare. But if he wanted to cook some special dishes, he had to prepare them beforehand. Jean Dia sighed. This kid has already turned into a demon. It will be difficult for him to increase his cultivation. He was Jean Depeng's senior. Seeing this guy immerse himself in food and not cultivating, Jean Dia couldn't help but feel anxious. Lei Xingfeng smiled. Everyone has their own fate. You can't persuade him. Actually, this may not be a bad thing. Jean Dia shook his head, but he didn't talk about it anymore. Lei Xingfeng said, Young Marshall uncle, how is your personal world going? Feng Qinzong said, It's the same. No surprises, no accidents. It's stable. Let's slowly develop. Lei Xingfeng smiled. Young Marshall uncle, I have a suggestion for you. Feng Qinzong asked, What suggestion? Lei Xingfeng said, Send someone to learn. Feng Qinzong was curious. Learn what? Learn from whom? Xin Feng spoke. You know about this invasion, right? Just learn from those invaders. They have a lot of abilities that we don't have, especially in terms of organization, technology, and the ability to create tools. We don't have those. If you can learn from them and create your own world, it'll be an easy task. Feng Qinzong said, Develop? I don't need to. Xian Feng was speechless. He was very clear that this was a problem of perception. Practitioners were self-sufficient, they indeed didn't need to develop anything, but if they wanted to increase their strength, they needed a large amount of resources and a strong ability to develop. This was much better than closing their doors and developing on their own. Feng Qinzong smiled. I don't need to develop. Feng, don't think about useless things. If I can become a Tao Lord, those people. Not to. Xian Feng knew that he couldn't convince Feng Qinzong, but he was just reminding him. Since he didn't take it seriously, he wouldn't try to convince him otherwise. Feng Qinzong asked, "Do you know why we didn't stop them this time?" Xan Feng nodded. "I know a little." Feng Qinzong smiled. "Tell me." Lei Xingfeng looked at Feng Qinzong, who was acting like a senior, and said helplessly, "Young martial uncle, I know a lot. Haha. First, they are of the same culture as us. Second, they also have cultivators. Third, they have manufacturing that we don't have," Feng Qinzong said. "Haha. Actually, there's one more important thing you don't know." Lei Xingfeng asked, "What is it?" Feng Qinzong said, "The most important thing is that almost all the Tao Lord ancestors in the hidden door weren't home. So no one stopped them from opening the large hidden door. Do you know why the invaders didn't dare to kill us in the end? It's because a Tao Lord came back and scared them. But after that, the Tao Lord left in a hurry." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, The ancestors aren't here? Where did they go?" Feng Qinzong spread his hands. "I really don't know." Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay. Young martial uncle, borrowing your hidden door shouldn't be a problem, right?" He was bored and wanted to take a walk in the outer world. Feng Qinzong smiled. "That's not a problem. Where do you want to go?" Lei Xingfeng said lazily, "I don't know. Young martial uncle, why don't you introduce us? Are there any good places?" Feng Qinzong said, "You don't even know where to go. If you ask me, I don't know either." Jean Dia said, "How about?" Before he could finish, Tiger Love ran in. He said, "There's news. It's about your little sister." Lei Xingfeng stood up. "What is it?" Tiger Love said, "I heard a new outer world was discovered. Haha, a lot of people have gone there. The coordinates have been made public. Feng, if you want to go, you can go there. Yeah, it's called Avocado Swamp. I heard the scenery is beautiful." Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, let's go there. What's it called again?" "Right, Avocado Swamp. Other than the scenery, is there anything special about it? What about the resources?" Tiger Love said, "I don't know about the resources, but it's a bit dangerous. There are a few fierce beasts there, and their strength is no less than 8th or 9th ring sages. It's dangerous to go alone. We need a few more people." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Uncle Ing hasn't come back yet. Let's go together." "Young martial uncle, do you want to go?" Feng Qinzong said, "Go my ass. I have to King guard the house. You all ran away. Damn it, I'm the only one at home. It's so annoying." He was extremely unhappy and couldn't help but curse. Lei Xingfeng, Jean Dia, and Tiger Love couldn't stop laughing. It was no wonder he was mad. Everyone had left, and he was the only one left to guard the house. He was the strongest in the house, and it was impossible to not have him guarding the secret space. No matter what, the house needed a monarch rank expert. Not only to guard the house, but also, most importantly, his secret door. With Wu Yang and Gucci gone, he was the only one left who owned and controlled the secret door. So he had to stay at home. Jean Depeng brought a few of his lackeys over, carrying plates of stir-fried dishes. Actually, it wasn't time to eat yet, but for cultivators, it didn't matter. When they ate, they could eat a lot. If they didn't eat, it wouldn't matter if they didn't eat for a few days. They just needed to drink some water. So eating was actually just a hobby for them. If they wanted to eat, they could eat for a day without stopping. If they didn't want to eat, they could go without eating for 3 or 4 days without a problem. Jean Depeng brought the dishes over. Lei Xingfeng finally felt a little hungry. It should be known that the last time he ate was when he first came back and ate with Thunderstorm. He had forgotten to eat for the rest of the time. This time, Jean Depeng made a dozen stir-fried dishes that Lei Xingfeng was familiar with in his previous life. There were also spicy dishes like Sichuan boiled fish. He also made a dozen beggar's chicken. They were all wrapped in yellow mud and roasted on the outside. Jean Depeng's lackeys dug up the hardened mud. A strong fragrance wafted out. Feng Qinzong couldn't stay calm. He sniffed and said, "Why is it so fragrant?" Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Wow, Fatty, you even made this!" Jean Depeng said proudly, Yes, I've heard you talk about this method before. I've tested it a few times. It is indeed a good method. However, the roasting time and heat are very important, and so are the ingredients. It's done well. It's wonderful." Lei Xingfeng picked up a peeled beggar's chicken and took a bite. After tasting it for a while, he smiled and said, "Fatty, you're king genius." It was crispy, tender, and delicious. It melted in the mouth. This chicken was very different from the chickens in his previous life. It was a domesticated wild chicken. It was the best in the world, and after being domesticated, it was even more extraordinary. The group didn't touch the other dishes. Each of them took a chicken and ate like crazy. Their mouths were covered in oil. Jean Depeng also took a chicken and ate like crazy. As he ate, he commented, "This is the best method. It can preserve the taste of the Shuefen chicken to the fullest. Also, I stuffed a lot of mushrooms and seasonings into the chicken's stomach. The flavor will definitely stay in the meat." Feng Qinzong ate without caring about his image. His face was covered in oil. As he ate, he praised, "Fatty, how am I supposed to eat in the future? Every time I come here, I go home without eating for a few days. It's not that I don't want to eat, it's that after eating your food and then eating my family's food, it's tasteless." Fatty, you're harming people." Jean Depeng said proudly, "Senior, if you don't like the food at home, you can come here. I'll cook for you." Feng Qinzong said, "No need to call me senior. It's too distant. Just like a Feng, call me young martial uncle." Lei Xingfeng rolled his eyes. He looked down on Feng Qinzong. For the sake of eating, he didn't care about anything. Jean Depeng was overjoyed. "Young martial uncle." He stopped and peeled another beggar's chicken for Feng Qinzong. He handed it over and said, "Eat this while it's hot. It's not as good when it's cold." Feng Qinzong nodded. Especially when it's still hot. It's super delicious." Jean Depeng carefully glanced at Lei Xingfeng. He had a sneaky look on his face. Lei Xingfeng said, "What's the matter? Speak." Jean Depeng smiled and said, Feng, you see, I want to find some ingredient. Can I go with you to the outside world this time?" Lei Xingfeng was stunned. "You want to go to the outside world?" Jean Depeng said, "Yeah, maybe I can find some good ingredients." Lei Xingfeng hesitated. Just as he was about to agree, Tiger Love interrupted, "Not this time." Jean Depeng immediately became anxious. He could see that Lei Xingfeng was about to agree. "Why not? I won't be a burden to everyone." Tiger Love said, "This trip to the avocado swamp will be very dangerous. If you go, who will protect you?" Jean Depeng looked at Jean Dia. His meaning was clear. Jean Dia will protect him. Tiger Love said, "You can't fly, and you can't walk in the avocado swamp. The ground is full of traps. If you're not careful, you'll fall into them. You haven't reached 6th ring yet. How can you go?" Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but laugh. "Fatty, you should spend more time cultivating. You don't lack rings now. You can level up quickly." Jean Depeng was about to cry. "You can't hurt me like that. Sigh, I'm still a ways away from 6th ring. I've been cultivating very fast these past few years. It's at least several times faster than when I entered the Gate of Secrets. I've been working very hard." Chapter 352. Jean Dia said, "I'll take care of him. It's not good to keep him cooped up at home." After all, he was his junior. He didn't want to disappoint Jean Depeng too much. Jean Depeng's potential was quite good. Not the potential for cultivation, but the potential for flattery. This guy was like a fish in water in the hidden sect. No one said anything bad about him. He planned to spend the rest of his life here, so he needed someone to take care of him. Who could be more suitable than Jean Depeng? Lei Xingfeng nodded. "If that's the case, then Uncle Jean will take care of him." Jean Depeng was overjoyed. That's great. I won't drag everyone down. Feng Qinzong actually wanted to go out as well. Aside from cultivating, there was nothing else to do. It was really annoying. However, he thought about it and decided not to. If he had to go, no one would stop him. But he was now the head of the family. After all, he had responsibilities. Turning his worries into appetite, Feng Qinzong ate 5 beggar's chickens in one go. This kind of beggar's chicken was very different from the ones from Lei Xingfeng's previous life. First, there was the difference in size. A Shuefan chicken weighed about 11 to 12 kilograms. One chicken was the equivalent of several chickens from his previous life. 5 Shuefan chickens roasted beggar's chicken. Even Feng Qinzong was a little tired of eating it all in one go. He took a hot towel and wiped his face and hands. Feng Qinzong continued to eat. Jean Depang ordered his subordinates to take out all kinds of exquisite food. He even took out a few bottles of the fishman wine that Lei Xingfeng had given him. They were all fine fishman wine. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Hey, fatty, you're using my wine as a favor." Jean Depang said, "We're all on the same side. There's no need to do favors." His words were straightforward, leaving Lei Xingfeng speechless. Feng Qinzong laughed. "That's right. We're all on the same side. There's no need to do favors." "Good. Well said, Depang." "Ha." Everyone chatted and laughed. The meal was very enjoyable. The next day, Lei Xingfeng, Jean Dia, Tiger Love, and Jean Depang came to Feng Qinzong's house. Feng Qinzong's secret door was in the back hall. It was beautifully set up. This was Feng Qinzong's core area and was guarded by several ninth ring sages. For Feng Qinzong, this place was his foundation. As for the secret door in his body, it had to be built here. After a few simple words, Lei Xingfeng asked Feng Qinzong how many yin rings he needed. Feng Qinzong smiled. "I'll give it to you this time. You don't need to spend yin rings. But this ends here. Don't spread the news, understand?" Lei Xingfeng knew that Feng Qinzong was giving him benefit. He'd earned a lot of benefits on his own, so he didn't mind spending some yin rings to deepen their relationship. Jean Depang had long known that a trip to the outside world cost a lot of yin rings. The number of yin rings was too much for him to bear. Although he had a fixed income and Lei Xingfeng was generous enough to give his subordinates a lot of yin rings, spending 10 or even 20 yin rings in one trip made him speechless. He couldn't afford such a high number of yin rings. Up until now, he had only saved up 50 yin rings. According to cultivators of the same level, Jean Depang was definitely rich. But compared to a ninth ring sage, he was extremely poor. If he went to the outside world with others, the amount of yin rings he had was only enough for 2 or 3 trips. If he went far away, he might not have any left. Of course, he didn't need to pay yin rings this time. Even if Feng Qinzong asked them to pay, Lei Xingfeng would take care of all the expenses. Feng Qinzong got the coordinates and quickly adjusted them. He smiled. "I'll be going there in the future. It's not bad for you guys to scout the way. Remember, if there's any danger, immediately send a signal and I'll rush over. Also, pay attention to the time. Don't stay too long." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "No problem." He knew that once they went, Feng Qinzong wouldn't be able to leave. He had to stay near the hidden door. If anything happened, he would be able to help. This was a privilege that only came from their own hidden door. If they used another hidden door, it wouldn't be so good. They had to set a time, or else they wouldn't care if you lived or died. This was the benefit of having a hidden door. With elders and a master, there would be people watching over you. You wouldn't have to be afraid of being oppressed or bullied. Feng Qinzong opened the hidden door. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Let's go." "Thanks, junior uncle." The group walked through the hidden door one after another. In an instant, they were in the avocado swamp. Seeing the hidden door disappear behind him, Jean Depang looked around curiously. Jean Dia carried Jean Depang on his back and asked, "Where are we going?" Lei Xingfeng turned his head and couldn't help but laugh. Jean Dia wasn't fat. In fact, he was a bit thin. But Jean Depan was definitely fat. What was worse was that Jean Dia was carrying Jean Depan. It was like a skinny person carrying a mountain. Tiger Love also couldn't help but laugh. Depan, I can't bear to see you like this. Jean Depan didn't understand. What do you mean? Lei Xingfeng also said, Yeah, it's too unbearable. Ha ha ha. Jean Dia snapped out of his daze. Jean Depan, you need to lose weight. F***ck, isn't it torture to carry a big fat man like you while flying? Jean Depan looked down at his elders and blushed. He didn't think of this problem. He didn't expect Jean Dia to be so thin. Why don't you put me down? Jean Dia scolded, Bastard, if I put you down, can you fly? You're so fat. If you land, you'll sink. Jean Depan was about to cry. What should he do? Lei Xingfeng said, Let's leave this place first. Tiger Love said, Follow me. I heard there's an event. Let's go take a look. Lei Xingfeng said, Okay. Uncle Tiger, lead the way. Tiger Love led the group to the south. As they flew, he said, I heard that a few enlightened masters built a small island for people to rest. It's hard to land here. Lei Xingfeng finally had time to look around. Just as Tiger Love said, the scenery here was beautiful. The water surface was divided into countless small ponds by countless plants. They were like stars in the sky, boundless as far as the eye could see. There were no trees in sight, only lush and short aquatic plants. Flowers floated on the surface of the water. There were many aquatic birds on the surface of the water. When they flew past, they immediately startled a large group of birds. Jean Depan said excitedly, Those birds, no, they look like ducks. They must be delicious. Wow, look over there. What kind of bird is that? Jean Dia scolded, Bastard, your hand, damn it. Be careful or I'll throw you out. Lei Xingfeng tilted his head and couldn't help but laugh. He said, Damn it, fatty, you're amazing. Ha! Jean Depan held Jean Dia's head with one hand and pointed at a big fat bird flying in the distance with the other. Originally, it was funny enough that Jean Dia was flying with Jean Depan on his back, but now that Jean Depan was pressing him down, it was simply too horrible to look at. No wonder Jean Dia scolded him. Tiger Love laughed so hard that he almost fell down. Jean Depan realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just a little excited. It's all that fat bird's fault. The black bird on Lei Xingfeng's shoulder pulled its head out of its wings. It stared at Jean Depan and said, Bastard, who are you scolding? Jean Depan was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out why the black bird was joining in the fun. He said, I didn't scold you. The black bird said, Fat bird. You scolded fat bird. Jean Depan said with a long face, I said, that bird ran away? The black bird said frantically, Don't point. How am I fat? You're fat, you're old fat. Old fat. This time, everyone laughed wildly. Jean Depan, of course, knew the blackbird's temper. If it wasn't for the fact that it was digesting lightning every day, it wouldn't talk much. But once it spoke, its tongue was poisonous. Not only was it mean, but it was also very unpleasant. Jean Depan smiled and said, Birdbeard, let's not talk about it anymore. Next time, I'll roast some delicious meat for you. Jean Depan had no choice but to use delicious food to shut its mouth. If he continued, who knew what this bird would say? The black bird tilted its head and thought for a while. Then it said, Okay, roast, twice, no, 3 times. I want special meat. Don't try to fool me with those worthless rotten meat. Oh, it'd be best if it's star eclipse beast meat. Jean Depan was stunned. He said, This. I don't have star eclipse beast meat. The blackbird said arrogantly, I don't care. I want star eclipse beast meat anyway. As for where you get it, I don't care. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but say, Birdbeard, you mean you want him to ask me for it? The black bird immediately said, "Did the bird say that? Which one of you heard it? The bird would never say that." Lei Xingfeng said, "But I'm the only one here who has star eclipse beast meat." The black bird said, "That's none of my business." Acting shamelessly was a good idea. The unlucky one was Jean Dupin. It had nothing to do with the bird. The bird just wanted to eat star eclipse beast meat. Jean Dupin said with a bitter face, "This bird beard, how about we negotiate?" The black bird was smart. He said without hesitation, "No negotiation. Absolutely no negotiation. The bird doesn't care about anything. The bird only cares about eating, gah." Jean Dupin was furious. He said, "Eat my ass. I don't have it. Do whatever you want. I don't believe you can do anything to me." Tiger Love laughed. "Ha! Jean Dupin's counterattack." Lei Xingfeng laughed. "It's not a counterattack, it's a counterattack. This is the fatty's counterattack. Ha ha." The black bird gah. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. Jean Dupin actually counterattacked? The worst thing was that the previous topic was over and they were now talking about food. Why did they talk about food? For a moment, the black bird was speechless. Jean Dupin couldn't help but laugh. The black bird had always been unforgiving. Not only did he have a poisonous tongue, but he was also very vengeful. Everyone thought that the black bird was going to fight back. Even Jean Dupin was uneasy. Although he said it stubbornly, he knew that the black bird was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, the black bird gah, gah, sigh. The bird has a hard life. Everyone bullies the bird. The bird has a hard life, the bird has a hard life. He raised his voice and wailed, making everyone's scalp tingle. Lei Xingfeng couldn't stand it anymore. He said, "Shut up." The black bird gah and suddenly stopped talking. Lei Xingfeng could scold the black bird, but Jean Dupin was guilty. He said, "Bird beard, why don't we eat something else? I'll take care of your taste. What do you think?" Chapter 353. Blackbird stole a glance at Lei Xingfeng. Seeing his calm expression, he felt slightly better. "All right, if you don't like it, we'll redo it." Jean Dupin smiled. All right, no problem. As long as Blackbird didn't spout nonsense, he would thank the heavens. Blackbird didn't really want the star eclipse beast meat. He was just taking the opportunity to extort. If he could extort it, he would extort it. If he couldn't, then so be it. He didn't lose anything, so he didn't really get angry at Jean Dupin. Soon, everyone saw a small island. This so-called small island was not naturally formed, but man-made. There were countless wooden pillars inserted into the water, which were then covered with wooden planks. Many wooden huts were built on top of the wooden huts, and some people could be seen moving in the wooden hut. Tiger Love smiled. "This is the place, we're here." Lei Xingfeng let out a breath of relief. Although they could keep flying, they didn't feel safe because they couldn't stand on the ground. Landing on the wooden planks, Jean Dupin jumped down. A ninth ring sage looked at him in surprise and silently took a step back. He knew that it was best not to provoke this kind of cultivator. Not a ninth ring sage, but someone with a ninth ring sage's back. Generally speaking, they were all direct disciples of secret sections. These people were definitely not to be trifled with. But what he didn't know was that the true disciple of a secret sect wasn't Jean Dupin, but Lei Xingfeng. Before they could reach the wooden hut, a few ninth ring sages who were sitting nearby stood up. One of them said, "I'm sorry, but you can rest here. 1 ring per person. There are 4 of you, so 4 rings will do." This price was too high. After all, 4 rings were enough for a mill wheel master to become a first ring sage. In a large sect, 1 ring was enough to cause a bloodbath. Tiger Love couldn't believe it. "What did you say?" There were a total of 6 ninth ring sages. 4 of them were still sitting, and only 2 came forward. One was fat and the other was skinny. The one who spoke was the fat one, but he was far inferior to big fatty Jean in terms of both weight and height. The fat one said, 1 ring per person. If you can't afford it, then leave. Tiger Love was instantly enraged. What the *ck do you mean? This was daylight robbery. A broken place like this needs a ring? The fat man said coldly, this was built by us brothers. If you want to use it, of course you have to pay. If you can't pay, then leave. If you want to be unreasonable, this is not something you can play with. The fatty waved his hand, and the other 4 ring sages stood up and surrounded him. Lei Xingfeng said, all right, I'll pay, right? I'll pay. He didn't want to cause any conflict. Besides, 4 rings were nothing to him. The fatty had a smug look on his face. You're only paying now? It's too late. 5 rings per person. If you don't pay, then don't leave. We gave you face, but you don't want it. Do you think we brothers are easy to talk to? Lei Xingfeng's expression darkened. He had originally wanted to settle the matter peacefully, but he didn't expect the other party to push their luck. He sighed and said, they really think we're pushovers. Fine, then we won't even take a single ring. The fat man grinned and said, with just the 4 of you? Lei Xingfeng laughed. That's right, with just the 4 of us. You have 6 ring sages. What are you going to do? He didn't care about the other party at all. Tiger Love couldn't help but laugh. Damn, it's been a long time since we've fought. 6 ring sages and they dare to be so arrogant. Jean Dia stood in front of Jean Depang. You want to fight? Come on. The fatty couldn't help but laugh. Just you 3 ring sages and a useless fatty? Jean Depang was furious. What's wrong with being a fatty? Did he offend you? Damn it, you're a damn fatty too. Although he couldn't beat the other party in a fight, he didn't hold back with his mouth. The fatty laughed. Big fatty, let's get closer. Jean Depang said, come on, I'm not going to fight you. You have the nerve to say that. You think you're so great just because you're a 9th sage? The fatty waved his hand, and the 4 ring sages who were sitting immediately stood up and approached. They looked like they were bullying him. The 6 ring sages surrounded him. Suddenly, someone shouted, they're fighting! Look, they're fighting! They really wanted to see the world burn. Lei Xingfeng laughed bitterly and said, this is the first time I've encountered something like this. Blackbird stared at him and said, what do you mean? That's human nature. They're nothing. No, they're not even a bird. Hearing Blackbird's words, the fatty was dumbfounded. He pointed at Blackbird and said, this bird can talk. It's so *king fun. Kid, leave this bird and forget about the rest. I'm easy to talk to. Blackbird exploded. Leave your *king bird. Fat your *king head. Look at your fat head and big ears. You're a pig. The fatty was scolded so badly that he was dumbfounded. It would have been fine if a human had scolded him, but he couldn't stand being scolded by a bird. He flew into a rage and said, I'm going to king tear you apart. Blackbird didn't care about his threat. Caw. This bird is so scared. So scared. Come and try. This guy was purely here to attract hatred. The fatty said, Tang He, 9th sages. The thin man beside Tang He said, Wu Gang, 9th sages. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. What do you mean? Sign up before the fight? He said, if you want to fight, then fight. So much nonsense, leave it to me. He waved his hand and signaled Jean Dia and Tiger Love to protect Jean Depang. Jean Dia grabbed Jean Depang and quickly retreated. Tiger Love didn't want to leave, but insisted on standing beside Lei Xingfeng. Tang He sneered and said, Want to run? There's 6 of us. Where can you run to? Skinny Wu Gang smiled mischievously. You should just pay up obediently. It's not worth it to be beaten up so badly just for a few rings. Lei Xingfeng suddenly laughed and said, You've got us? We still don't know who's going to win. Everyone knew that they could fight in public, but they definitely couldn't kill. They were all from the hidden sect. If they killed someone, they would immediately attract the attention of their elders. That wouldn't be fun. As for fighting, as long as no one died, the elders of the hidden sect wouldn't care. Of course, if you were a lonely soul without the support of the hidden sect, your death would be in vain. Tang He looked at Lei Xingfeng in front of him and couldn't help but tease. Little guy, you want to challenge the 6 of us? Hee hee, you can't blame anyone if you get beaten up. Ha 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 ha. The 6 guys laughed wildly. They had already seen Jean Dia carrying Jean Depang over. They all thought that Jean Depang was the leader of this group, which meant that he was a direct descendant of the hidden sect. As long as he didn't die, he wouldn't cause any trouble. As for Lei Xingfeng, they just treated him as a normal guard. Of course, they couldn't kill a normal guard, but they could severely injure him. Therefore, Tang He and the others were prepared to teach Lei Xingfeng a lesson and let him know the consequences of not handing over his rings. Not only did they beat him up, they also wanted to blackmail him. The 6 of them had long wanted to establish their dominance, but unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find one. Those who were left behind either obediently paid the rings or turned around to leave. Lei Xingfeng waved his hand and 6 silver-level humanoid beasts appeared. He smiled and said, beat them up hard. Don't kill them. Tang He and the others did not recognize the puppet beasts, so they were very surprised by the silver puppet beasts that appeared in front of them. He said, what is this thing? Then, he saw a puppet beast step forward and punch out. The other 5 silver-level humanoid beasts also pounced on their opponent. As soon as they started fighting, the 6 of them were knocked to the ground. Back in the Forbidden Grounds, even true Lord La Zi was beaten by a group of silver-level humanoid beasts. Lei Xingfeng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat them, so he took out 6 silver-level humanoid beasts at once. They were all filled with energy. This kind of strength wasn't something 6 ninth ring sages could withstand. Tang He and the others couldn't fly away even if they wanted to. A force field appeared around the silver-level humanoid beasts, firmly holding them to the ground. They could only struggle with all their might. However, the silver-level humanoid beasts were too fast. Their punches and kicks were as fast as lightning. The attacks were like a torrential downpour, producing crackling sounds, mixed with the screams of the 6 people. The other adepts present all had their mouths open in shock. Most of the people here had never seen a humanoid beast before, and only a few vaguely knew about it. Without Lei Xingfeng's order, the 6 silver-level humanoid beasts wouldn't stop. Of course, they also obeyed Lei Xingfeng's order to not kill their opponents. A 9th ring sage wasn't easy to kill, so the silver-level humanoid beasts attacked with all their might. Soon, Lei Xingfeng discovered some secret. The 6 silver-level humanoid beasts could actually cooperate. They didn't fight one-on-one, but interspersed their attacks. That was why their attacks were faster and more unpredictable. Lei Xingfeng waved his hand and called back one of the silver-level humanoid beasts. He had it stand beside him and continued to observe. As expected, without one silver-level humanoid beast, the 5 silver-level humanoid beasts worked even better together. Their attacks didn't decrease but instead increased. At this time, Jean Dia and Tiger Love also discovered the secret. Jean Dia said, "That's strange. Without one silver-level humanoid beast, their combat power increased?" Tiger Love said, "When the 6 silver-level humanoid beasts worked together, there was less coordination. But with 5, there was more coordination." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "That's right. I noticed that too. And I feel that with 5 silver-level humanoid beasts working together, their combat power increased." Jean Dia said, "Call back another one." Xianfeng called back another mannequin beast. Instantly, the remaining 4 mannequins changed their coordination, as if they were butterflies flying through flowers, crisscrossing, dazzling the eyes of those watching. In an instant, Tang He's group of 6 was in a tragic state, being beaten all over the place. Jean Dia's jaw dropped. After a while, he said, "That's insane." Lei Xingfeng called back another silver-level humanoid beast. The 3 silver-level humanoid beasts' movements changed again, and the strength of their attacks increased. Before Lei Xingfeng could call back another silver-level humanoid beast, the remaining 3 silver-level humanoid beasts had already beaten the 6 of them to the ground. Since Lei Xingfeng didn't give the order to kill, as long as the 6 of them lay on the ground obediently, they wouldn't be attacked. Soon, the 6 of them understood that as long as they didn't move, they wouldn't be attacked. The 6 of them lay on the ground moaning. Chapter 354. Everyone gasped in surprise. The 6 ninth ring sages couldn't fight back at all. They didn't even have time to release their seals before they were beaten to a pulp. Jean Depeng was excited. He walked over to Tang He and said with a smile, "Fatty, Ayaya, are you crying?" Tang He spat, "You're the one who's crying." Jean Depeng stomped his foot on Tang He's hand. Tang He let out a blood-curdling scream. He didn't dare to resist at all. The mannequin was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Once he made a move, he could foresee that he would be beaten up violently. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Tang He, right? Haha, I didn't even make a move, and you're all lying on the ground. Right, who was it that said that he would beat the shit out of me?" Tang He began to tremble. Jean Depeng rolled up his sleeves. I'll do it, I'll do it. I'll beat the shit out of him." Jean Depeng slapped the back of Jean Depeng's head. "Move aside, I'll do it." Jean Depeng shriveled up and retreated to Lei Xingfeng's side, muttering, "What a great opportunity. I haven't hit anyone in a long time. Really, this is robbing. Boring." Tang He, on the other hand, said, "Don't hit us, we admit defeat." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Admit defeat? It's not that you can't, but you can't admit defeat like this." Wu Gang huffed, "What do you want?" Lei Xingfeng rubbed his chin. "Pay 1 rings. The cause is 1 rings. Hee, 100 each, I've always been fair." This was an exorbitant price. 100 rings was a huge sum for a 9th ring sage. Many 9th ring sages didn't even have that many 1 rings. After all, 1 rings were consumables. Tang He immediately shouted, "Ah? Why don't you just rob us?" Lei Xingfeng grinned, "I'm robbing you." Tang He froze, then couldn't help but shout, I don't have that many 1 rings." The black bird suddenly said, "Bird has a way." Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Birds have a way? Everyone's heart was filled with questions. Do birds have a solution? What kind of F***king solution was that? Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile and said, "Okay, Bud, what method do you have?" The black bird said proudly, "Strip them naked and hang them up. Whenever we can get the 1 rings, we'll release them." Caw, how about that? Bird's method is not bad, right? Tang He and the others all collapsed. Cultivators cared a lot about their reputation. If they were stripped naked and hung up, they wouldn't be able to live anymore. How could this bird be so vicious? Jean Depeng wiped his sweat and said, "I'm not as good as a bird. Because practitioners have a hidden Luan space, it's impossible to take it by force. Even if you kill him, you won't be able to take anything unless he takes the initiative to hand it over." Tang He shouted, "You can't insult people like this. Our sex elders will settle the score with you." Lei Xingfeng giggled and said, "Your sex elders will come looking for me. That's a matter for the future. As for now, you're in trouble." Tang He and the others were really scared. If they were stripped naked and hung up, it would be too miserable. He would rather be beaten half to death than be humiliated like this. So he collapsed and shouted, I'll pay, I'll pay." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "They really are candles. They can't light up without being lit." The black bird was extremely proud. It cawed a few times, then tilted its head to watch the show. 6 people, 100 rings each. Tang He and the others obediently took it out. Even if some of them couldn't take out that much, they could pool it together. Lei Xingfeng gave Jean Dia, Jean Depeng, and Tiger Love 100 rings each. He took 300 rings himself. Only the black bird didn't get anything. The black bird kept yelling that it wasn't fair, but Lei Xingfeng shut him up with one sentence. The black bird didn't have a hidden luan space, and 100 yin rings wasn't small. The black bird was helpless about not having a place to put them. Even if he wanted them and Lei Xingfeng gave them to him, he couldn't take them away. He was so angry that he used his beak to bite Lei Xingfeng's ear. With Lei Xingfeng's current physical fitness, he wouldn't feel any discomfort no matter what he did. Lei Xingfeng was happy to receive a large sum of money. The happiest of all was Jean Depang. This guy didn't even have 100 yin rings on him. He thought to himself, no wonder they were all willing to go with a Feng. They'll get rich. After paying the yin rings, Lei Xingfeng released the 6 people. He put away the mannequin and said, "Keep your word. Since you've paid the yin rings, we're even. Of course, if you mess with me again, it won't be so easy to resolve." He threatened, then led the group to an empty wooden shed and sat down to rest. Tang He and the others looked at each other, then immediately flew away. Jean Depang said, "A Feng, they ran away." Lei Xingfeng said, "Yeah, I saw them. Let them run away." The wooden island was actually very small, about 100 meters long and 80 meters wide. It was an irregular island. The wooden shed took up a very small area, about 10 square meters. Lei Xingfeng and the others sat down. Jean Dia said, "I'll go ask around." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "They're probably new here. There shouldn't be anything special." Jean Dia nodded. "I know. Maybe there's something we don't know. I'll be back soon." As he spoke, he walked outside. Lei Xingfeng didn't stop him. He also hoped that Jean Dia could get some information about this place. Due to the outstanding performance of Lei Xingfeng's mannequin, the enlightened masters here were very wary of the 4 of them. No one dared to mess with them, so Jean Dia's questioning went smoothly. As long as he found someone, they would tell him everything they knew. After a short while, Jean Dia returned to Lei Xingfeng's wooden shed. He smiled. "There's still some news." Jean Depang eagerly carried a chair and said, "I brought a chair. Sit down and take a rest." A table and 4 chairs were all prepared by Jean Depang and stored in his hidden luan space. There was nothing in the wooden shed, so they had to bring their own tables and chairs. In fact, Lei Xingfeng's hidden luan space also had tables and chairs and other daily necessities. There were even many wooden beds. Jean Dia and Tiger Love did the same. This was a habit of cultivators. Not only did Jean Depang bring out tables and chairs, but he also brought out all kinds of preserved fruits and snacks. One had to know that Jean Depang's mouth would never stop. Even after eating, he wouldn't stop eating snacks. Everyone was eating snacks while chatting. Lei Xingfeng asked, "What's the situation?" Jean Dia reached out and picked up a preserved fruit. He put it in his mouth and praised, "It tastes good, hee." He continued, "Most of the people who came in this time are the guards and retainers of the various sections. The direct descendants rarely come in. There are a few types of ferocious beasts here. They're very strong, but they're not much of a threat to a 9th ring sage because they can't fly. And they won't attack unless you provoke them." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "This is a little different from the news before we came in." Jean Dia said, "That's for sure. After all, there were a lot of rumors before. As for what specialties there are, there's no valuable news yet. We'll have to search for them ourselves." Lei Xingfeng said, "That's normal. I just don't know what will be produced here." Jean Dia shook his head. "It's really inconvenient to bring Jean Depang along." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "It's fine. Just bring him along. I have a human puppet to protect me, so I'm not afraid of any accidents." Jean Depang's face reddened. He knew he was a burden, but his strong curiosity and desire to collect ingredients made him want to level up quickly for the first time. It would be best if he could reach the 6th ring sage body so he wouldn't be a burden to others. He'd gotten 100 yin rings this time, so he could at least advance by 1 or 2 levels. Jean Dia said, "Jean Depang, work hard to level up in the future. Don't just eat and drink all day. Jean Dupin nodded helplessly. He had no choice. Jean Dia was his senior, so he couldn't refuse. As for eating, he would never give up. If he couldn't eat, then life would be meaningless. Tiger Love smiled. Yeah. Everyone else cultivates like crazy because they don't have enough rings. You have enough, but you don't work hard at all. Jean Dupin hurriedly raised his hand. I'll work hard, I'll work hard. Seeing that everyone wanted to teach him a lesson, he quickly expressed his stance. But in his heart, he grumbled, when it's time to eat, you guys are faster than anyone else. After you finish eating, you wipe your mouths and then you come to bully me. Sigh, what bad luck. The blackbird chimed in as well. That's right, that's right. Caw, fatty, if you keep eating like this, you'll get fatter and fatter. If a bird was like you, it'd be a fat bird. It wouldn't even be able to fly. Caw caw. Jean Dupin glared angrily. Since when did a bird start lecturing him? But he really didn't dare to argue with the blackbird. After suffering so many losses, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Lei Xingfeng asked, Uncle Jean, is this a swamp? Is there no place that isn't a swamp? Jean Dia said, we don't know yet. As far as the scouting area is concerned, no one has found any land. It's all shallow water. The shallow water here is a swamp, and it's the kind that's easy to sink into. Lei Xingfeng shook his head. That's not right. Maybe the avocado swamp is huge, but it's impossible for the entire outer world to be a swamp. That doesn't make sense. We can scout it out. You know, if it's a swamp, even if there are any treasures or minerals, it'd be difficult to excavate them. If that's the case, then the avocado swamp has no value. Jean Dia agreed. I think so too, but we'll have to try before we know. As they chatted and laughed, the sky gradually darkened. Then, they saw an endless number of black mosquitoes rise from the swamp. Each one was the size of a finger, and they swarmed towards them. Lei Xingfeng was shocked. Holy shit! What a vicious bug! In an instant, everyone's hair stood on end. Someone shouted, it's fine. As long as we spread out our inli, those bugs won't be able to fly in. Lei Xingfeng and the others spread out their inli. In an instant, countless mosquitoes were blocked outside. Lei Xingfeng frowned. Let's take turns. One person's inli is enough. Chapter 355. Jean Dia said, I'll go first. The inli spread out and formed a space. Although the mosquitoes looked disgusting, they were helpless against the inli of a ninth-ring sage. They could only fly around the wooden shed. The mosquitoes harassed them for a night. Although they couldn't bite anyone, the buzzing was annoying. The next morning, the mosquitoes disappeared from the surface of the swamp. Lei Xingfeng said, These things are really annoying. I can't even cultivate peacefully. Jean Dia said, Yes, this place is really annoying. This is probably the first time I've come here. If there are no special circumstances, I won't come here again. Tiger Love said, Yeah, why are there so many of them? If a normal person came here, they'd probably suck all their blood and turn into a skeleton. Xian Feng thought about the night before. The strength of these little bugs was actually quite strong, but they were unable to break through due to the inli. Low-leveled practitioners, if they relied on Lunli, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Even if they condensed a Lunli armor, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long, they would die very quickly. Jean Dupin said, This place, sigh. He couldn't say anything because he couldn't collect them. With his size, once he fell into the water, he would definitely sink to the bottom. Lei Xingfeng smiled. Okay, let's go. Jean Dia carried Jean Dupin on his back. Tiger Love suddenly said, Wait, someone's coming. It seems to be the group from yesterday. Xian Feng raised his head and saw that it was indeed the 6th ninth ring true masters who ran away yesterday, but behind them was an old man. They quickly landed and heard Tang He's strange cry, Aha! You're still here. Ha 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 ha. Blackbird suddenly said, "This person is sick." Lei Xingfeng was amused by Blackbird. He said, "He's probably sick and very sick." Blackbird said, "It's time to take your medicine." Tang He's laughter was stuck in his throat. He coughed a few times to catch his breath. He stared at Lei Xingfeng and said, "Kid, don't be too proud. I won't let you go easily this time." Wu Gang said, "Uncle, please." Jean Dia suddenly became nervous and said, "Oh no, they've invited their elders." Tiger Love grew nervous as well. The seniors here were all monarchs at the very least. They didn't expect the other party to be such a sore loser that he'd asked his seniors to come and suppress him after losing 600 yen rings. Lei Xingfeng sneered, "It's fine, he won't dare to make a move. We are not wandering cultivators. What's there to be afraid of?" Normally, true monarchs wouldn't appear in the outer world, and even if they did, they wouldn't casually attack. Any enlightened master who could come here definitely had a true monarch behind him. Without the support of a true monarch, it was impossible to enter the outer world. This was something that everyone knew. Tang He arrogantly walked in front of Lei Xingfeng and said, "Kid, hand over your yen rings, and everyone else will pay 200 yen rings as compensation." Lei Xingfeng dug his ears and said, "Where did the insects come from?" Blackbird couldn't help but caw a few times. This was probably his laughter. Tang He's face immediately turned green. He said, "Kid, come and meet my family's senior." Lei Xingfeng didn't care. He said, "He's your senior, not mine. Why would I want to meet him? How strange, you really are sick." Blackbird said, "And seriously sick." Caw. Tang He was so angry that his nose and mouth were crooked. He pointed at Lei Xingfeng and said, You bastard, do you want to die?" The elder stepped forward and said, "Little River, back down." Tang He bowed and angrily retreated to the side. Wu Gang stepped forward and said, "This is my family's senior, Master Huaqing, Lord True Monarch. Kid, why aren't you greeting him?" Lei Xingfeng rolled his eyes and said, "Dambiad, I'm curious. I don't know him, but he keeps asking me to greet some senior. There are so many people here, but he just won't let us go. What do you think we should do?" Blackbird's answer was straightforward, "Let's go." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "That's true. Okay, let's go." He completely ignored this group of people. It was the first time Huaqing had seen such a crazy little guy. He had heard that the other party had strange weapons, a body like a human, and a beast's head. He fought like a human and was very powerful. Unfortunately, although he was a true monarch, he didn't know that it was a puppet beast from the Forbidden Land. Because he had never been to the Outer Realm, he didn't know about the products of the Outer Realm, nor did he know about the Great Forbidden Land. Of course, he didn't know how powerful the puppet beast was. "Stop!" A berserk aura suppressed them, instantly causing Xian Feng and the rest to retreat. Lei Xingfeng said coldly, "What are you going to do? Do you want to fight?" With a wave of his hand, 6 silver puppet beasts appeared. He didn't dare to be careless. With 6 silver puppet beasts, he should be able to deal with a true monarch. Back then, Martial Uncle Lotzi couldn't block the attacks of a few silver puppet beasts, and those silver puppet beasts didn't have enough energy. When Tang He and the other true monarchs saw the 6 silver puppet beasts, their faces were filled with fear. They had suffered a lot just now. There were quite a few true monarchs on the artificial wooden island. Seeing that another conflict was about to break out, they all craned their necks to watch. Some of them had seen the power of the puppet beasts yesterday and didn't expect the other party to call their elders. They really despised these 6 people for having no self-respect at all. Huaqing was furious. After all, he was a true monarch. Fighting a few 9th ring true monarchs was really beneath his dignity. Plus, the other party wasn't necessarily easy to deal with. They all came from secret sections. If the other party called their elders, then things would get interesting. There were differences between true monarchs, and the differences were huge. For example, Gucci was a peak true monarch, one step away from becoming a heavenly monarch. Feng Qinzong had just become a true monarch. His strength was much weaker than Gucci's. Even two Feng Qinzongs might not be able to defeat one Gucci. This was the difference between true monarchs. Hua Qing sneered. You want to stop me with just these few things? You must be dreaming. Lei Xingfeng's face was cold. I don't know if I'm dreaming or not, but you're an elder. Not only do you not control your own disciples, you even shamelessly came out. Don't you know that disciples should solve their own problems? If you want to do it yourself, why don't you try? Who the hell is afraid of you? The black bird opened its mouth and scolded. Caw, you old bastard. Caw, shameless thing. Hua Cheng's face was completely black. Even the bird was scolding him. If he could tolerate this, what else could he do? He said darkly, You want to die? Good, very good. Haha. Kid, I'll let you know what King regret is. Lei Xingfeng knew that he couldn't be kind anymore. Originally, he could have just given him a bunch of rings. Even if he was a true monarch, it wouldn't have mattered. But now, he had offended the other party. After all, the other party was a true monarch. He had the dignity of a true monarch. Of course, he couldn't let this go. Hua Qing said again, Little River, bring your people to patrol the side. As long as the other party doesn't run, you don't have to do anything. I haven't done anything in a long time. My hands are really itching. You? Yes, the four of you. Come at me together. I don't bully the younger generation. I'll let you guys do it first. Lei Xingfeng quickly released a gold-level puppet beast. Because he felt uneasy, he decided to use his trump card. The puppet beast had a special characteristic. Before it attacked, it didn't feel the slightest bit of threat. But once it attacked, it was as fast as lightning. If someone who didn't understand it suddenly encountered this thing, it would be hard for them not to be at a disadvantage. Lei Xingfeng sneered, Very good. A true monarch can make 4 sages attack him without shame. Very good. Uncle Kim, Uncle Tiger, Fatty, back off. I don't believe that he can do anything. Hua Qing was amused. You want to fight me? Little guy, don't be too greedy. Lei Xingfeng said, You think you've got me? Dream on. Hua Qing said impatiently, I'll let you do it first. Don't drag it out. If I do, you won't have a chance. Lei Xingfeng said, You're shameless. Blackbird said, Shameless. 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 Shameless, shameless. Ga. Hua Qing shouted, You're courting death. He moved and was about to attack. Lei Xingfeng shouted, Fight. Don't hold back. He was very clear about the strength of a true monarch. He was definitely no match for him. Even if he was a thunder attribute true monarch and could challenge people above his level, the difference between a true monarch and a true monarch was too great. This kind of challenge would not succeed. He relied on the power of the puppet beast. A golden light flashed in front of Hua Cheng's eyes. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. He only had time to raise his hand and use his strength to protect his body. Although Lei Xingfeng gave the order, the 6 silver puppet beasts didn't move. Only the gold puppet beast attacked fiercely. This was caused by the difference in level. If the gold puppet beast was here, the silver puppet beast wouldn't have to attack. This was something that Lei Xingfeng didn't know. The gold-grade puppet beast released its force field and instantly enveloped Hua Qing. It was known that gold-grade puppets were able to exchange blows with heaven monarchs, especially gold-grade puppets that were filled with energy. They were even more ferocious and their attack speed was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. The puppet beast mostly used physical attacks and rarely used energy attack. Of course, the gold puppet beast had energy attacks, but it usually wouldn't use them. It mainly depended on the enemy's distance. If the enemy was within 100 meters, then the attack range would be absolute. The power of its fists and feet would be maximized. In an instant, Hua Qing felt like he was in a storm. This kind of attack was something he had never seen or even imagined. It was too fast and too heavy. He was completely stunned. The result of his subconscious defense was that he was knocked to the ground by the violent attack. Since Lei Xingfeng gave the order to not hold back, this meant that the gold puppet beast could attack with all its might. Hua Qing was like a blade of grass in a storm. He was beaten until he couldn't speak. He could only let out meaningless whimpers. Lei Xingfeng reached out and touched his face. He realized that there was blood on his hand. It wasn't because he was injured, but because Hua Qing's blood had splashed on his face. Only then did he realize that his order was a bit too harsh. According to the current attack style, Hua Qing could really kill a true monarch. Tang He started to tremble. Wu Gang and the other ninth ring sages were frightened. They had never seen a true monarch being beaten up. Was this still their martial uncle? This person who was whimpering from the beating was almost beaten into a pig's head. There was a circle of blood on the ground, and there was a crackling sound. The attack speed of the gold-level puppet beast was terrifying even to the Lord of the Meridian Sun. That was when the gold-level puppet beast did not have enough energy. Now it was full of energy. The most frightening thing was that the gold-level puppet beast was commanded by someone. Its strength was greatly increased. Chapter 356. Therefore, Hua Qing's fate was tragic. Lei Xingfeng hurriedly said, "Don't kill him." They really couldn't kill him. Beating him up wouldn't be a big deal, but killing him would cause a war between the two sections. Most importantly, Lei Xingfeng's house was empty. Neither Guqi nor Wu Yang were at home. Once the sects fought, it would be a big deal. The gold-grade puppet beast roared. It was obviously dissatisfied with Lei Xingfeng's order. However, it began to slow down, giving Hua Qing a chance to catch his breath. After all, it was a monarch and had many tricks up its sleeve. Even so, the gold-grade puppet beast was still suppressing him. For the first time, Lei Xingfeng felt the strength of the puppet beast. Although it had slowed down, every attack landed on a critical point, making it impossible for Hua Qing to attack. Hua Qing was so frustrated that he wanted to die. The gold-grade puppet beast's attacks were all perverted. They were all critical points. He had to dodge and block them, or he would be seriously injured. It aimed a kick at Hua Qing's crotch. Hua Qing leaned to the side, but the leg had already been retracted. The puppet beast flashed and threw a punch. Hua Qing raised his hands in front of his neck, but it was as if he was stuck in glue. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get away. With a loud bang, his body couldn't help but retreat. The puppet beast had already flashed to the other side of his body and launched another attack. Hua Qing let out a crazy roar. He was too frustrated. He couldn't block or dodge. He was beaten until tears and snot flowed down his face. He wasn't crying, but because his nose was punched so hard that he couldn't control his tears and snot. Blackbird even said sarcastically, "Caw, the old man is crying, caw." Jean Dia, Tiger Love, and Jean Depang were all dumbfounded. They had never seen a monarch being beaten to tears. The three of them were stunned. There was a group of cultivators on the side. They were all dumbfounded. This was a monarch, but he was beaten so badly. It was unbelievable. The others were fine, but Tang He and the others were scared out of their wits. Even their martial uncle was beaten to tears. What were they going to do? Even if Lei Xingfeng didn't find trouble with them, wouldn't they be beaten to a pulp by martial uncle when they got home? They were the ones who had tricked him. Boom! The gold mannequin beast's fist landed on Hua Qing's head, causing him to see stars. Hua Qing fell to the ground and stomped his foot on the ground. Hua Qing barely managed to turn his body to the side, and the gold mannequin beast's foot landed on the wooden plank. At this moment, the gold mannequin beast's control was evident. The moment the gold mannequin beast's foot landed on the wooden plank, the force behind it disappeared. Otherwise, the wooden plank would not have been able to withstand such force. This knee strike hit Hua Cheng's shoulder, and Hua Cheng was sent flying. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hua Cheng was seriously injured. Hua Cheng took advantage of the opportunity to roll on the ground and roared, "You're all dead! Stop him!" Tang He and the others were stunned. This was called for reinforcements. They didn't dare to disobey and rushed forward with a roar. A golden light flashed, followed by 6 consecutive explosions. Tang He and the others were sent flying, but this gave Hua Cheng a chance to catch his breath. Hua Cheng finally released his seal. He was of the earth attribute. An earth seal flew out, and a yellow light instantly protected his body. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Hua Cheng's face turned pale. It was a pity that he couldn't even attack. He was seriously injured. Even if he released the earth seal, it could only protect his body. Even if he wanted to escape, it would be difficult. He was surrounded by the gold mannequin beast's force field. Unless he escaped from this force field, he would not be able to escape. However, the gold mannequin beast was like a maggot to his bones. If it wasn't for Lei Xingfeng's order not to kill, Hua Cheng might have been killed. This was the result of Hua Cheng's carelessness. If he knew how strong the gold mannequin beast was, he wouldn't have fought like this from the beginning. He used his weakness to attack the gold mannequin beast's strength. Hua Cheng knew that he was doomed. Seeing that the mannequin beast's violent attacks were about to break through the Earth Seal's defense, he shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop fighting!" Without Lei Xingfeng's order, the mannequin beast would definitely not stop. It continued to attack wildly. Hua Cheng helplessly roared, "I admit defeat! I admit defeat! King stop!" Lei Xingfeng chuckled and said, "Come back!" The gold mannequin beast's body flashed and returned to Lei Xingfeng's side. Although Tang He and the others were sent flying by the gold mannequin beast, they didn't suffer much damage. They scrambled to Hua Cheng's side and helped him up in a flurry. Hua Cheng coughed repeatedly. He took out a bottle of medicine and poured it into his mouth. He clutched his chest and exhaled after a while. He stared at Lei Xingfeng and then at the gold mannequin beast. Everyone could see the fear in his eyes. "You win. What is he? How is he so strong?" Hua Cheng was very unwilling to admit defeat. However, he knew that there was no point in continuing the fight. His opponent had such a terrifying weapon. There was no way he could win. He didn't hesitate and chose to admit defeat. Lei Xingfeng said, "This is a mannequin beast." As he spoke, he put away the 6 silver mannequins, leaving only the gold mannequin beast to guard him. This was to prevent Hua Cheng from flying into a rage out of humiliation and injuring others. At the same time, it was to intimidate Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng was stunned and said, "Mannequin beast." He thought for a moment and suddenly remembered. He exclaimed, "Extraterrestrial? Mannequin beast. I got it." Although he had never been to the extraterrestrial, he had heard of it. Because he had never been there, he did not care much about it. This was why he suffered so much. Lei Xingfeng said, "What do you plan to do?" Hua Cheng played dumb and said, "What do you mean?" The black bird could not help but scold, "Playing dumb, you don't look like you're admitting defeat at all." Ga. Hua Cheng's pale face immediately turned red. He stammered, What do you want?" Tang He and the others were also stunned. This was the rhythm of extortion. This was too scary. A 9th ring sage wanted to extort a monarch? Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "Bird Beard, what do you think we should do?" The black bird immediately became proud. He said, "Ga Wayaya bird says, compensation." Ga. Hua Cheng was so angry that his face turned red. Was there anything more infuriating than this? However, looking at the gold mannequin beast, he felt a chill run down his spine. He gritted his teeth and said, "How do you want compensation? Tell me." He completely admitted defeat. The blackbird crowed proudly, then said, "Meet, Ga, why did you hit me, Ga? I know, bird says. Rings." The blackbird, who was beside himself with joy, was patted by Lei Xingfeng. Only then did he become a little more serious. Hua-Cheng said, "How much?" The blackbird said, "Bird says 6 ga 1,000. He was going to say 600, but he suddenly remembered that this was a monarch. How could it be so little? Hua-Cheng frowned. This number was a bit high, but as a monarch, he could afford to pay rings. He did not want to stay here and be humiliated. He raised his hand and threw out a bag, saying, "Okay." Jean Depang laughed and walked forward. He picked up the bag and checked it. He nodded at Lei Xingfeng and said, "It's correct." Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, I'll let it go this time. Teach your disciples well in the future." He was too lazy to continue. It was good enough to get a large amount of rings. In fact, he didn't earn much. After all, the gold mannequin beast consumed energy. In the battle just now, he had used up at least a few hundred rings. Hua-Cheng also didn't have the face to stay. He left with Tang He and the others. Seeing Hua-Cheng and the others leave, Jean Dia said, "Those disciples are going to be in trouble when they go back. They'll probably be beaten up, or worse." The blackbird said proudly, "Luckily I'm smart. 1,000 rings." Lei Xingfeng said, "Ignorant." He had originally hoped that the blackbird would ask for an exorbitant price. Who knew that the blackbird's appetite was so small, only asking for 1,000 rings? If he had asked for 10,000, the other party would definitely not have agreed. But after some bargaining, the price was much higher than 1,000 rings. He regretted letting the blackbird ask for a price. The blackbird didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Jean Dia said, "A phone means that your price is too low." Tiger Love said, "Yeah, the other party is a monarch. You can ask for a bit more." The blackbird was stunned. He said, Then how much should I ask for? 1,000 rings is a lot. Should I ask for 2,000 rings? He thought that doubling the price would be good enough. But then Lei Xingfeng said, "Ignorant." Jean Depang couldn't help but laugh. He said, "You should ask for 10,000 rings." The blackbird was shocked. "Wow. Waha. Black. You're blacker than the blackbird. Gah. Scary." This number shocked the blackbird. Lei Xingfeng nodded. "That's the only way to bargain with the other party. If you ask for a price, you'll be able to sell the fruits of victory very cheaply." The blackbird said dejectedly, "Gah, I was wrong." Lei Xingfeng said lightly, "I'm not blaming you. You're just inexperienced. There's nothing to be proud of." The blackbird was touched. He combed Lei Xingfeng's hair with his beak. "Gah, next time I'll ask for 100,000. Waha." Everyone was speechless. This wasn't asking for a price, this was nonsense. Lei Xingfeng said, "Let's go. If it's a monarch this time, we'll be in for a lot of fun." There was only Feng Qinzong at home. Even if Feng Qinzong came, he might not be able to beat Hua-Cheng. After all, he'd just become a monarch. There should be a gap in strength. Lei Xingfeng was secretly glad that he had the puppet beast. Otherwise, he'd really be bullied. Jean Dia carried Jean Depang, Lei Xingfeng, and Tiger Love into the air. Jean Dia said, "Where are we going?" Lei Xingfeng said, "We're going in the opposite direction." In fact, he was still afraid of Hua-Cheng's group and wanted to avoid them. The three of them flew in the opposite direction. After flying for 4 days straight, they still couldn't find a place to rest. Even though the three of them were 9th ring sages, they were still exhausted. The journey had been difficult, especially at night, when flying was extremely taxing. Jean Dia said, "A phone, we can't go on. If we can't find a place to stay, we'll have to go back." Tiger Love said, "Is there a big tree in front?" Lei Xingfeng looked into the distance. He could vaguely see the crown of a tree. It was quite big and could be seen from far away. It was very conspicuous. Jean Dia immediately changed direction and flew toward the big tree. He couldn't bear it anymore. Carrying a fat and heavy guy like Jean Depang was really exhausting. After a short while, the four of them finally saw a gigantic tree. This tree was very similar to the banyan tree in Xianfeng's previous world, A single tree could take up a few hectares of land. This tree was even more gigantic, with countless roots hanging down from it. The ground was filled with intertwining thick roots. The ground was still a swamp, but this tree relied on its developed roots to float on the ground. The four of them landed on the tree. Jean Dia put down Jean Depang and couldn't help but cry. 4 days. Lei Xingfeng and Tiger Love shouted at almost the same time, "Be careful." Chapter 357. A giant snake opened its mouth and bit at Jean Depang. Its body was as thick as a bucket, and its body was hidden in the roots of the tree. It was impossible to tell how long it was, and its color was almost the same as the roots of the tree. It was impossible to tell at a glance. Jean Dia grabbed Jean Depang and threw him out with all his might. His body flipped, and he kicked the giant snake in the jaw. With a loud bang, the giant snake's head flew backward and crashed into a hanging tree root. Jean Depang was dancing in the air, but Lei Xingfeng had already flown over. He reached out and hooked Jean Depang's thigh, drawing an arc in the air with him. In an instant they were on the top of a tree. Jean Depang was upside down, and while he was screaming, Lei Xingfeng placed him on a branch. Below, Jean Dia was already fighting with the giant snake. At this time, Lei Xingfeng also realized that this snake was not ordinary. No matter how Jean Dia hit it, he could not kill it. The continuous attacks made the snake hiss non-stop. It was trying its best to get closer to Jean Dia. Lei Xingfeng reminded, "Uncle Jean, it wants to entangle you." Jean Dia said, "I know. This thing is strange. I can't hit it." Lei Xingfeng said, "Burn it." Jean Dia said, "I'm just afraid of burning this tree. It wasn't easy to find a good place to rest. I don't want to destroy it." Lei Xingfeng raised his hand and shot out a thunderbolt. The thick electric light wrapped around the giant snake, and it immediately shook violently. Blackbird could not help but sigh, "Oh wow! What a waste! TSK, what a pity!" Jean Dia pulled out a long saber and slashed it across the giant snake's neck with all his strength. In an instant, the long saber cut through the snake's neck, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Jean Dia could not help but exclaim, "What tough skin!" He originally thought that he could cut through the snake's neck, but who knew that he could only cut through the snake's skin? Lei Xingfeng shot out another thunderbolt. With a crackling sound, the lightning made the giant snake tremble violently again. Because of the lightning, the giant snake was completely frozen. Lei Xingfeng shouted, "Uncle Jean, continue." Jean Dia madly brandished his long saber, slashing it from front to back. It took him 5 slashes to cut off the giant snake's head. When he stopped, he couldn't believe that he had to slash the same spot 6 times to cut off the snake's neck. It was too tough. Sherhu grabbed the snake's decapitated neck and forcefully pulled it out. When Sherhu flew up, the length of a snake was revealed. It was more than 20 meters long. Jean Depang's eyes lit up. "This thing must be delicious," he said. "Give it to me. Give it to me." Lei Xingfeng said, "Give it to Fatty. Let's go back and deal with it." Jean Dia nimbly flipped down from the tree branch. As long as his feet touched the ground, he would not be clumsy. He quickly fell down, and with a crackling sound, he smashed through many branches. With a boom, he smashed into a thick root. The root was as thick as a water tank. Due to the protection of Luan Yinli, he was not injured. He jumped up and ran towards the snake. Putting away the giant snake's body, Jean Dia found the snake's head. This snake's head was as thick as a human arm. According to Jean Dia, anything could be eaten. It just depended on whether you knew how to cook it. Lei Xingfeng said, "I wonder if this snake counts as a vicious beast." "No, is it a vicious python?" Jean Dia said, "I don't think so. If this snake coils around a person, it might be dangerous. However, with our skills, even Jean Dia would not be able to hold it down easily." Lei Xingfeng thought about it and said, "Forget about the snake. Let's find a place to rest." After 4 days and 4 nights, I'm really tired. After 4 days and 4 nights without sleep and rest, even if they were top-level sages, they were still exhausted. Jean Dia said, I'll find it. I'll arrange it. Throughout the journey, he slept and ate as he pleased. He did not delay at all. After all, he was riding on Jean Dia's back. Jean Dia said, Okay, you arrange it. We'll sit here for a while and rest when Jean Dia is done. The ground was covered with huge, intertwined roots. Through the dense roots they could see the water below. This tree could be said to be a giant tree floating on the swamp. Lei Xingfeng found a thicker root and sat down. He stretched and said, This is the first time I've tried to travel without caring about my life. It's too scary. Tiger Love said, Brother Jean has it harder. You have to fly so far with a big fatty on your back. Jean Dia said, I won't bring him out in the future. Isn't this torture? Lei Xingfeng could not help but laugh. He said, It's because the terrain here is wrong. It's all swamp. There's no solid ground. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Jean Dia raised his head to look and said, What is this fellow doing? Ding ding dang dang. He did not see anything. The dense branches and leaves of the trees blocked his view. Tiger Love said, You don't have to worry about him. In any case, he's a sage's, not a child. Jean Dia said, Forget it. I can't care so much. I'm worried for nothing. Tiger Love laughed. He could hear the love in Jean Dia's voice. Jean Dia said, Afong, your golem beast is too powerful. It can actually defeat a monarch. He could not imagine that a golem beast could be so powerful. Tiger Love also said, Yeah, it's too scary. It can actually suppress a monarch. I'm stunned. Lei Xingfeng said, That's because he doesn't understand the golem beast. If there's a distance between them, even the golem beast can't control him. A monarch is a monarch after all. At most, they can't do anything to each other. However, if there are 2 golem beasts, a normal monarch can't win. Tiger Love asked curiously, How many golem beasts do you have? Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, 3 golem beasts. Jean Dia could not help but exclaim, Afong, you're too evil. You deliberately dug a hole for that guy to jump into. Lei Xingfeng said, If I wasn't confident, how would I dare to provoke a monarch? It's not like I don't know how powerful a monarch is. Tiger Love laughed and said, That monarch who was tricked will probably regret it to death when he goes back. Jean Dia said, If I were that monarch, I would definitely beat that little fatty half to death when I go back. He's too King tricked me, Lei Xingfeng suddenly slapped his head and said, Sigh, I'm a pig. Jean Dia asked curiously, What's wrong? Lei Xingfeng laughed bitterly and said, I thought that since it's a swamp, we can't fall. Actually, we can just send a small boat. Damn, we actually flew for 4 days and 4 nights. That's too stupid. Jean Dia and Tiger Love were stunned. After a while, Jean Dia said, You're right, but where did we get a small boat? Lei Xingfeng said, I have one. I always keep a small boat in my hidden Luan space. This time, I actually forgot all about it. Sigh, I wasted so much energy and was so tired that I pissed my pants. This is ridiculous. Jean Dia and Tiger Love were both amused by Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng also felt that it was funny. He shook his head and said, You're asking for trouble. Fortunately, there's still a long way to go. I think we'll find land. Jean Depang climbed down from the tree and said, Okay, let's go up together. The 3 of them flew up. Jean Dia grabbed Jean Depang and flew up as well. They saw that on the intersecting thick tree trunks, several large wooden planks were nailed together to form a small platform. There was even a small wooden shed on top, which could block things that fell from above, such as bird droppings and insects. Lei Xingfeng was full of praise. Not bad. Although it's rough, it's enough for resting. There was also a layer of animal skin on top of the wooden plank. Lei Xingfeng fell down and said, I'm not going to cultivate. I'll sleep first. After saying that, he started snoring loudly. He was really exhausted. Jean Dia said, "Depang, you guard it. We'll sleep first. We'll talk when we wake up." Jean Depang and Tiger Love also fell asleep, snoring loudly. Jean Depang knew how hard it was for the three of them, so he silently sat on the side and waited. Lei Xingfeng was awakened by a strong fragrance. He opened his eyes and sat up. He immediately saw Jean Depang barbecuing meat. This guy had placed a barbecue rack on a tree branch and set it over a charcoal brazier. The side of the rack was full of barbecued meat. Large pieces of meat were skewered with steel rods, roasting until they were golden brown and plump. Suddenly, Xianfeng felt his mouth full of saliva. He crawled 2 steps and grabbed a skewer of barbecued meat, eating it in big bites. Following the sound of his chewing, Jean Dia and Sherhu's snoring stopped, and the two of them sat up. Jean Dia's eyes were still closed. He said, "Is it that fragrant?" Tiger Love didn't say anything. He crawled 2 steps toward the direction of the barbecued meat, reached out for the steel rods, and started eating as well. Jean Dia didn't show any signs of weakness. He also grabbed a piece of barbecued meat and started eating. Jean Depang had already barbecued over 100 skewers. Each skewer weighed nearly half a kilogram. They were all fist-sized pieces of meat, and each skewer had 4 or 5 pieces. For a cultivator's appetite, this kind of meat was more satisfying. Like a whirlwind, the barbecued meat in the brazier was swept clean. The last skewer was snatched by Lei Xingfeng. This guy's eating method was terrible. He held a skewer in each hand and ate it with both hands. Jean Dia said, "Feng, you're too fast." Lei Xingfeng giggled. "I'm starving. Hee, this is too good. Fatty, your cooking skills have improved again." Jean Depang laughed. "Is it because after eating this, you can't eat anything else anymore?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. Yes, it's too delicious." Jean Depang smiled. "Then you'll bring me out again next time?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't mind, but you'd better ask Uncle Jean, hee. Jean Dia said, "I'd rather eat pancakes." This time, he was in trouble. He had to carry a big fatty and fly so far away. There was no one to replace him. It was too miserable. Jean Depang immediately deflated. "Sigh, this is terrible." Then he said resolutely, "I have to become a 6th ring sage as soon as possible. If I become a 6th ring sage, will you still bring me along? I'll fly by myself." Jean Dia said, "That's not a problem. You can go anywhere you want." Jean Depang said expectantly, "I want to go to outer space the most." This time, even Tiger Love spat. He said, "Don't even think about it. Even many true monarchs haven't been there, let alone you." Chapter 358. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "It's not like we won't have a chance in the future. However, I advise everyone not to think about it. That place is too dangerous. If we go there without the protection of experts, the chances of us dying there are very high. Even a true monarch would be in danger." Jean Dia said, "I've never thought about going to outer space. However, that place is a good place to die. When I'm about to die, I'll see if there's a way to go there. Hee, it's not a bad idea to see it before I die." Tiger Love nodded. "That's a good choice. Seeing the legendary world before you die, you'll be satisfied even if you die." Lei Xingfeng sighed inwardly. Whether it was Jean Dia or Tiger Love, they both relied on rings to ascend. Especially Jean Dia, who had already reached his limit and was relying on rings to maintain his life. Every year, rings would be used to preserve his life, and every year, the number of rings he used would increase. Fortunately, he was by Lei Xingfeng's side and didn't lack rings. Now, he only needed to use a dozen rings a year. As time passed, he would use up more than 100 rings every year. His body would gradually collapse until the rings' power ran out. Then, he would be on the verge of death, and no one would be able to save him. Jean Dia saw that Lei Xingfeng's expression was a bit ugly. He smiled and consoled him. It's nothing. If I hadn't met a phone, I probably wouldn't have made it. Back then, it was so difficult to obtain a single ring. I'm already very satisfied. Ever since he followed Lei Xingfeng, Jean Dia had never had to worry about rings. Moreover, he already had enough rings. Any more would be a waste. Lei Xingfeng nodded. He knew that this was Jean Dia's path. Tiger Love and Mad Eagle would also walk this path sooner or later. Once they couldn't ascend to Dao Lord, they would have to use rings to extend their lives. At that time, all of their life's potential would be exhausted. Everyone was beaming with joy as they ate the barbecued meat. They had to admit that Jean Depeng's cooking skills were truly superb. Lei Xingfeng went down to the roots at the edge of the giant tree. He scooped up some water and washed it. The water here was extremely clear. It was about a meter deep or less. The bottom of the water was filled with all kinds of aquatic plants. However, the mud under the water had a terrifying ability. If anything heavy stepped on it, it would produce a huge suction force that could easily swallow people and beasts. Jean Depeng also came down. While washing the steel bars and basins, he said, "There should be fish and prawns in the water, right?" His words revealed his true colors as a foodie. Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but smile. In his past life, he was a foodie. In this life, he really didn't care about food. It was good enough if he could fill his stomach. This was especially true in this life, because his body was extremely strong and he could eat a lot. Before he became rich, eating was a big problem. Only now did he no longer have to worry about food and clothing. Of course, he had a great interest in food. However, compared to Jean Depeng, Lei Xingfeng was worlds apart. This guy was born to be a foodie. Not only could he eat, but he was also an expert in cooking. As long as it was related to food, there was almost nothing he couldn't do. Lei Xingfeng had given him a few pointers before. These pointers were all from his memories of his past life. This guy quickly grasped them, and the dishes he cooked were incomparably wonderful. Lei Xingfeng was very impressed by this point. If Jean Depeng channeled his passion for eating into cultivation, Lei Xingfeng believed that even if he couldn't become a 9th ring sage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach 6th or 7th ring. Lei Xingfeng said, "You didn't forget to collect ingredients. I wonder how the fish here are like." Jean Depeng pointed at the water and said, "The fish here aren't big. They're only a foot long. They don't seem to be able to grow." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Maybe the water is too shallow." Jean Depeng said, "I wonder how it tastes. Also, the shape of the fish is very strange." After all, he didn't have much experience and had never seen such flat fish. Lei Xingfeng said, "I think it's a bit muddy." He knew at a glance that this was a fish that liked to drill in the mud. Sure enough, Jean Depeng scooped up a fish and looked at it for a while. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's a fishy fish. I don't think it's very tasty. However, the giant snake we got earlier should taste pretty good. I collected all of its blood and put it in a black wooden bucket." Jean Depeng landed lightly and said, "2 people flew past." Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes, the people who came in should have completely dispersed. It's normal for some people to pass by." Jean Depeng said, "I wonder if there's an end to the swamp." Lei Xingfeng said, "It's fine. If we keep flying, we won't be able to fly for so long. There's a small boat for us to rest on." Jean Depeng nodded and said, "Yes. If we fly for another 4 days and 4 nights, I don't know if I can withstand it." "Haha, Depeng, I've suffered a loss this time." Jean Depeng blushed and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Jean Depeng patted Jean Depeng's fat shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm just complaining." "Haha, Depeng, you've already done very well." This was different from Lei Xingfeng carrying the blackbird. The blackbird was only a foot long and didn't weigh much on his shoulder. After a long time, Lei Xingfeng would even forget that there was something on his shoulder. However, Jean Depeng was different. He was carrying Jean Depeng on his back. One had to know that Jean Depang's size was almost 3 times that of Jean Depang. Regardless of length, width, or height, he surpassed Jean Depang in all aspects. Not to mention the weight, Jean Depang couldn't bear to carry him on his back. Jean Depang said gratefully, I will work hard to cultivate. Jean Depang said, okay, that's good. This was his only hope for Jean Depang. Tiger Love also flew down and said, how many days will we rest here? Lei Xingfeng said, there's a boat. Let's continue forward. We fly during the day, eat at night, and take turns to keep watch and rest. Jean Dia said, this is much better. If we want to rest, we can rest. If we want to hurry, we can hurry. I believe that we will definitely walk out of the swamp. I don't believe that this world is made up of swamps. That is almost impossible. Lei Xingfeng said, who knows? Anyway, we'll just keep going in one direction. We'll definitely find something. A 9th ring sage's flying speed was very fast. Even if they hurried on a long journey, they could still fly very far in a day. Tiger Love said, are we leaving now? Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, let's go. There's nothing special here. It's just a giant tree and nothing else. Jean Depang said, Depang, come up. Jean Depang agreed and lay on Jean Depang's back. Lei Xingfeng grimaced. That feeling was really painful. Jean Depang flew into the air with Jean Depang on his back. Lei Xingfeng and Tiger Love followed. After getting their bearings, Lei Xingfeng took the lead and flew into the distance. In less than a day, they saw a large group of giant trees in the distance. This was not land, but a large swamp forest. All the trees were banyan trees floating on the water. Of course, they were not the banyan trees from Lei Xingfeng's previous life. They had the form of banyan trees, but they were even larger than banyan trees. A single tree could occupy dozens or even hundreds of acres of water, forming a huge floating island. Each tree was an island, and then connected to each other to form a large group. The giant trees grew from sparse to dense, until they completely covered the water. Lei Xingfeng hovered in the air, and looked at the countless flying birds. Maybe this is the edge of the swamp, he guessed. Jean Depang said, maybe. It's getting dark. I didn't expect to find a place to rest in less than a day. Compared to the solid ground brought by the giant trees, the small boat was too small. Of course, they preferred to rest on the giant trees. Tiger Love said, I'll go clear a space. The inside of the giant trees was lush with leaves and branches, and there were very few gaps. They needed to be manually cleared. Tiger Love easily cut open the branches and leaves, and on the dozen or so thick branches, he quickly built a wooden plank to form a platform. Only then did Jean Depang, and Lei Xingfeng land. Lei Xingfeng said, check. If there's anything dangerous, remove it. Jean Depang said, let me do it, let me do it. He took out a long knife and cut down the tree trunk. Lei Xingfeng sat down and said, Uncle Jean, didn't you say there were several kinds of ferocious beasts here? Why haven't we seen any? Haha, I want to see what ferocious beasts look like. Jean Depang shook his head. It's normal that we haven't seen any. If we saw them every time we came, then the density of ferocious beasts would be terrifying. This is normal. Lei Xingfeng thought for a moment and said with a smile, yes, if we encountered them often, it would be abnormal. If a ferocious beast was very powerful, then its hunting range must be very wide. The more powerful a ferocious beast was, the larger the territory it needed, so it was normal that it was rare. Jean Depang quickly returned to the platform with a lot of prey in his hands. He said, there are all kinds of water birds here. Haha, today we'll eat birds. The black bird flew into a rage. Eat your mother's head. Jean Depang suddenly slapped his forehead. How could he forget this enemy? He explained, this is a water bird, not a blackbird. Lei Xingfeng looked at the excited black bird with amusement. He said, what's your relationship with water birds? Relatives? The black bird said, Ga? How is that possible? I'm a talking bird, and I have the noble thunder attribute. How can I be related to such a lowly water bird? Lei Xingfeng said, Then why are you so excited? The blackbird said, He wants to eat birds. Lei Xingfeng said, It's not like you're going to eat it today. I've eaten too much in the past, and I've never seen you speak. The blackbird quacked and was suddenly speechless. After a long while, he said, You're bullying birds again. He turned his head away with grievance. His master was too heartless. Jean Depang and Tiger Love were amused. The blackbird would go crazy from time to time and say something unreliable. In the end, he would be directly suppressed by Lei Xingfeng. He had experienced this kind of thing too many times. The blackbird was completely controlled by Lei Xingfeng and couldn't resist at all. Jean Depang carried a pile of prey and said, It looks like it's going to rain. Lei Xingfeng was shocked and said, What? Jean Depang said, I see a line of black clouds in the distance. According to my experience, it's likely to rain. He was also shocked by Lei Xingfeng's expression and thought, What's there to be excited about? It's normal to rain, isn't it? Lei Xingfeng didn't know how long he had been waiting for the rain, especially on a thunderstorm day. Some rainy days had no thunder and lightning. The more he wanted to find a thunderstorm, the less likely it was to find one. After so many years, it was so difficult to find a good thunderstorm day. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.